They're like, dude, hold on to them motherfucking shares. He's like, stake your shit long. And, you know, you can take the notion where these guys, like, they're like, yeah, dude, go stake your stuff so I could dump on your head. All right, let me go dump on your head, so stake your shit. You could look at it like that, right? I didn't. I felt like genuine, like, yo, dude, I don't think you like might comprehend how important T shares really are. Like, and now I decided not to sack a lot for Pulse. I believed and took that Kool-Aid drink. Look at what the free Hedron, like all of us got. Like, depending on the amount and when you staked and stuff. But if you did max length stake lengths, well, now you have all this Hedron, and now you're earning all this Hedron with a 10x. And it's like I'm not really interested. I like, dude. Does anyone feel like it hurts to sell hex? And it's like, yet, especially if you have to like break shares or something. Like now we don't have to. Like we're getting rewarded for just staking. Like it was the right play. It
And
was
all
the
my
right play.
watches, they all have earned the principal already, you know? So that's really cool.
Cherish it. Restake it, and I think magic could happen. I like I'm talking like, dude, if you want to be a big player in Hedron, don't sell your Icosa. Like you can do what you want, dude. I was considering dumping, but my mind has now been changed, and I almost sold Hex, like basically Hex at, or like Bitcoin at $1. That's what kind of punishment is in the game for us.
I was really weird. Like I set up a staking ladder for the first time, right? And then I set it up for my stakes to end every 6 months. So my first 6 months stake ended, and I went ahead and I think I had like in total, I think I bought around 10 T shares. And so first one came out, I sold that first stake, and instantly I went, oh man, because it wasn't 10 anymore. It was like 9.1 now or something. And it was like, oh damn. So does anybody else feel that way? Like, oh,
dude, I'm telling you, the way the shares are expiring, like, if we're the only ones who still have the shares, we get all of the Hedron too. We, like, as soon as you leave, like, dude, could you imagine if none of the OGs had 10x multipliers? We would have all the supply. Could you imagine mint? And it's like kind of like dollar value. Like as the pool gets smaller and the price of Hedron changes, but people are still participating in the auctions, like they have to go put some money into the system. We're the one, like we can just siphon off a little, like basically you're like siphoning off money from like people losing money because they're dumb. And like we just get, if we all just sell our Hedron, we make the system like sustainable. Like and I'm not even talking price pumps. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like like if there's like $20,000 of Hedron that was bought, and somebody lost that money on, which we saw a lot of, and there's only 20 of us here, like we get that, you know, that month, that additional income. And then, you know, with adoption, you have a lot more people coming through. You know, they're a business, like misbids that can't be taken back on something like you can almost not lose money on. This is so interesting. All it takes is one drunk millionaire. You know, like, dude, did you hear that story? Like, where a drunk millionaire like bought like a whole bunch of like shorts or something, and he lost like $50 million. Guys like that are. This is a game. You know, like why people invest in the stock market and all these things. It's a game. They have so much money. They're like, I'm gonna bet on this. I'm gonna do this. It's all gambling to them, mostly. You know, they want to make money and everything, but like, dude, right here, don't sell your Icosa. You're allowed to sell some of your Hedron like through your Icosa stake. That's the play to do.
Well, I'm bullish on Hedron because the ceiling
Well, no,
price is like
no. You're right.
so good.
You're right. But the best way to earn the most amount of Hedron with the
Is
lowest
through
amount of
Icosa.
money today is to buy Icosa and stake it and compound it as best as you can before
Yeah.
the end of this year, and then you will earn as much Hedron. You will earn more Hedron than you know what to do with. I
Over
want
time,
you to,
though. Over time. Over time, though.
yeah, over time.
Over time, though.
So like you can't just like what you're doing is like you have all these layers, like you have hex earning you interest, and then it also earns you hedron, and then you can stake that hedron to earn icosa, and then you stake that icosa to earn more icosa and hedron. You're selling the lowest layer of your interest. If I do it and you don't, if I play this game like this and you don't, and then you start selling like your Icosa from your Hedron or whatever, my position just starts growing higher and higher because I'm selling the lowest amount of like my additional yield.
Well, in like 4 days, my Hedron stake, I'm gonna unstake that and take the Icosa and add it to my Icosa stake
Yes.
and see what it resets to because it right now it's at a year and the 180 stake.
How much time?
So
How much time do you have left on your Icosa stake?
like 100 and I want to say
100
100
something
and
days.
like
Yeah.
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 Dude, you
But
need to look at your stakes and do your own math. It may be advantageous, may
no,
possibly be,
don't,
but
no ending
look at.
stake stuff, dude. Please. But yeah, but
I'm just
because
saying, do your own math.
yeah.
Do your own math.
But I staked before that big payday, my Hedron, because I knew that crash was coming and I had it ready to, buy a dip. But of course, that is so damn hard, and I screwed that up. So, so I just restaked it before the
Yeah,
payday, and
Mike. Yeah, what you're talking about, Mike, it might work out in his position better leading up to February because then he'll be down to like whatever, like 30 something, maybe 40, 50 something days before he can end stake. So at that point, it might be way less of a haircut in order to recompound it back into the Icosa.
Yeah.
But how he just said about taking his yield from his Hedron and adding it to his already existing Icosa stake, that's something that we've been talking about, saying that is more so better to recompound as opposed to adding.
Yes. Yeah, don't add to your stakes this year. Don't do it. You will look back and you will instantly hate yourself. Down the
is that
road, it's a
right?
very convenient feature. Down the road, it's a
What do
very
you mean
convenient feature.
recompound? So I create another Icosa stake, is what you're thinking?
Yeah.
If you have new Icosa, yes.
Yeah, I have new Icosa.
And
Yeah.
the only reason why we're saying compounding is because your Icosa stake, you have yield of Icosa. And forget about the Hedron. So you have your Icosa stake, you have yield in Icosa. That Icosa is not earning you yield. So if you
Right.
add more Icosa to that stake, all you're doing is preventing yourself an even longer time to get that
Yeah,
yield out in order
I
to
see.
add it to your principal of that same stake. So that's why it's more, in our opinion, it's more
True.
advantageous to send that Icosa to a new wallet to just start a smaller stake, something to where you can make it almost equal around the day's ending, to where they can almost match up with each other, to where you can end your multiple stakes, your multiple Icosa stakes, your two Icosa stakes around about the same time, in order to get all the yield out of your biggest wallet and then recompound it back on top of that principal Therefore, you'll be getting a way more yield. I'm in the process of doing that now. I actually just have to split in another 4 and 5 days. I have 2 more wallets coming out that I have one wallet set and ready, waiting to end my stake. But I'm holding off and I'm waiting till these other 2 wallets I can end that stake in order to combine them all into one or possibly 4 wallets in order to have an end stake length that matches up to my largest stake. Because my largest stake, I have like 225 days left on, so I still got some time for that sucker. But I'm not going to end the stake though, because Mike's theory, which I rudely interrupted him on, was how his theory is that leading up to the February auctions, if you can take like a 20 or 30% 30% haircut by emergency end staking. So if you can take a 20 to 30% penalty by early end staking on your yield and principal, and
And add it.
recompounding that, you'll still actually make out way better as opposed to not doing that.
I might do that as we get closer though. Like I want to wait till we get
Yeah,
close
for
to
sure,
that.
for sure.
But yeah, what's the formula? I'm not sure the math on that.
Be careful. You have to do your own math. So what you do is you calculate what your penalties and your payouts would be, which the app.icosa does for you, and then you go and create a new wallet, and then you do a pretend transactions, and then see how many stake points that you're going to get prior to auctions. Future auctions could affect all of this too. So maybe this isn't the biggest one. Maybe there's so many bigger ones down the future where you shouldn't have taken the penalty and you should have compounded with no penalties afterwards, because the third one was actually bigger. There's too many variables. You are taking a risk either way.
That's why I don't even like Mike bringing it up, but he does make an extremely valid point though.
It's worth looking into, right? And
Yeah, and you can do all this mock too. Like you can do it all like mock stakes, and you can open up a new wallet or go to a different wallet that you don't have any Icosa staked on, and you can just start punching in the numbers, and you can see how many days you'll have. And then same thing with your current stakes that are happening now, either Icosa or Hedron. You can go and click the end stake button, and then the next window will pop up, and it'll show you what your penalty will be if you decide to actually merge the end stake.
what do you guys? I appreciate that information. I've been wondering, like, what would be cool, like a cool like Watsa game, like where you can actually use your Watsas and play games with, or something like fun. Uh, I think that'd be entertaining, and maybe there could be some kind of derivatives, or something that everyone would like to do that doesn't have like risk.
Yeah, even though
That would be
I'm
cool.
not a fan of I'm not a fan of games at all. But something that just popped in my head was how the art looks. It's kind of like Magic the Gathering esque artwork. If there's
Yeah,
actually a way to actually
exactly.
like if there's a way to actually have like a card game online, but you're actually
Exactly.
your Watts are actually your betting chips. That'd be fucking gnarly.
Yeah, I was thinking, Magic, like a ton of people love to play it. It's a group thing. You know, I don't play it, but I know people that do, and they love it. So, something like that with the artwork that you can, I would, it would be cool to like think of something that we can do with them, and that creates
Yeah,
more like excitement around them,
I got an
and
idea.
fun.
What about a way where we could do, because like there are gamblers out there, so some way we could get us some like funds or something to do, like a new pool where it would be like, for those that want to, you can be a 50-50 shot. 50% you burn. If you lose, you're going to burn your Watsa that you put up. The other
Whoa.
side, you're going to win some Hedron.
Yeah, I mean, there's that.
People would do it, man. People would risk their thing.
Yeah, because they're thinking, well, I'm on the fence anyways. I might want to do it, so it's not gonna. And they don't really. The risk is they get their their reward, but they kind of risk the future rewards. There is things like that where I was learning about where people put in, so many stable coins and they do a lottery. That would be kind of cool. But I was thinking more of a game would be fun.
Yo, imagine each unique Watsa has, multiple spells attached to it to be able to play like a game. And as you burn your Watsa, you're also burning that monster, and then its spells get randomly sent to another Watsa. So as they burn, other characters or other Watsas get stronger over time, and like that could be a random way for
I like that idea.
that Charizard Watsa that's just like fucking shit up.
Dude, that'd be cool. That sounds cool. And like, let's say there is a game environment and they can like do those spells and you have like effects happen, like like little fire flames come out or like, potions and stuff. That would be kind of cool. No, that's a great idea, Trip. I like that. So the powers transfer to other. They can transfer from one to the other. You can grow in power.
He relinquishes his powers to other Watsas randomly. So like who knows, you might have a Watsa that just like has all these spells. Like, it's just like an OP character.
Dude, that's a cool idea. I like it. What was it?
This kid's talking to me. I got this kid in Overwatch. Like he's like hearing about Watsas and he's hearing about all these things, and he's like, dude, this sounds so cool. And I got him to buy some Icosa, and he staked it. Good on that kid. Put like 200, 300 bucks. Like he's like 17, 18, and he said he also has like
Dang.
500. Yeah, so he's like biting the bullet. I'm like, don't sell your Icosa, kid. Please trust me. But it's like, yeah, he's like, I also have Hex though. It's like, what should I do with it? And it's like, man, kid, like the only thing I can come up with is make a native stake. Or I'm thinking myself like, take that Hex and wrap it for 15 years and get and then just kind of hold it. Like you're fucking like 15 years from now, you'll be my age.
I do think the Watsas would make a great game, like Trip was saying, and it would attract all ages of people, and it would just make the Watsas even more valuable because people love, gaming, and if there's like little risk and it's just fun to do, I mean, it just creates a whole nother level of excitement around it. And that I just think that's just cool. It's just fun.
Love an idea where it can incorporate burning Hedron and burning Watsas somehow.
All I'm saying is guys, this is second chance Hex. I'm telling you, I know for sure. I thought it was through Hedron, and that point is kind of true. It's actually part of the equation, but it's all about the Icosa. It's all about the Icosa. It's all about the T points. It's actually technically all about the T points. Trip, you were right. Trip, you inspired me actually. It was Trip who like kind of changed my view. He's like, man, I really like Icosa, man. He's like, I'm buying. Like, he's like, I think the price is going to dip after the auctions and stuff. And he's like, man, I'm putting limit orders. He's like, I'm buying, I'm staking. He bought like an HSI and got more Icosa from it than he would have with Hedron, and then he staked it. And I was like, well, I'm not doing that. And I'm like, well, I wonder if there's like. And I thought about it more and more and more, and it's like, dude, he was 100% right. He was a month ahead of me. It's all about the Hedron, though, right? But you want to find a way to make 1,000 T shares worth of Hedron. but you better start fucking. If you could you imagine having a thousand T shares right now with 10x multipliers? That opportunity is available for you. You have to wait 200. You have to wait like 1 year.
How much cash is that? 1,000 T-shares.
Oh God, it's like $700 a T share or something. But like, dude, that it depends when you stake.
You might as well just say $1 million.
Yeah. Could you imagine having $1 million of hex staked right now with 10x multipliers? If you don't sell your Icosa, those types of potentials are there.
That's like 70 grand or something. No.
Oh, is it? I thought it was, oh, really?
1,000
1,000 T shares?
No. Because I own 10
700.
and I think I spent 6,000 on like 10.
1,000
no.
T shares at 5,555 is $250,000 right now.
No. Yeah, if you want to, yeah, I guess if you want to figure it that way. I thought more so he was just asking how much actually 1,000 T-shirts cost right now, not staked out for the bonuses.
Yeah, dude. So like 1,000 T shares with 10x multipliers, times 55 million equals a total mintable. What? That's a total mintable of 55 billion Hedron over the average of those stakes. So let's say it was divided by Quattro Cinco, just for an easy number. That's 10 million Hedron a day.
That's pretty good.
You think, Mike, you said that Hedron's is a dump coin. But
Yes. Like, and I don't mean it in it's like where it makes it not valuable. Okay, like, dude, like, is parity gonna go up? Yup. Is it gonna keep up? Like, if hex goes to $1, I see we having like up to 20% parity because it's the lowest level of your interest. And if you don't like selling your shit and you're like, dude, I want to watch what happens, like the guys who all staked their hex, like the lowest level is your Hedron from your Icosa pool. And you can sell your Hedron because remember, as long as there's buys and sells, right? Like as long as there's buys and sells, like the price really doesn't move. Like, do you know what I'm saying? If we went to new all-time highs,
Alex and Sloth are always said that Hedron is gonna get scarce, right?
it is. But guess
and the
what?
ceiling is so high.
Dude, you don't get it. Yes, you're 110% correct. Yes, it is about the Hedron. But guess what? Like, the best way to earn Hedron is the Icosa pool, is by being an Icosa, like, whale. It is the hands down best way. I'm telling you right now, the reason you don't, like,
You're thinking
because
long term too.
yes,
Well, no,
yes, short term and long term.
Short term, yeah. Because you tell them about the between staking hex and then staking Icosa, the difference in Hedron accumulation.
Is it like 30 to 100x or something you said?
Yeah, he talked about it.
So the reason you do this is because then all the hexicans, they're going to fucking break their stakes, less shares, less 10x's. And if you never sell your Icosa, you don't really get diluted. And that's the best way to earn Hedron. If you want the super fast appreciating thing that has like thick markets, well, sell your Hedron because you don't want to sell your Icosa because it's synthetic shares. It's synthetic T shares. And then if you don't sell your Icosa, if every whale, every dolphin, if every shark never sold their Icosa and always restaked all of their Icosa together, well, like all of a sudden there's less sell pressure to Icosa. It's easier to hold the share price up, and then your overall number goes up. And then if the Icosa price is higher, more Hedron is burnt. and then more HSIs are recycled. You are getting all the fucking Hedron by having all the Icosa. Do you want all the Hedron in the future? Do you want that super high appreciating thing that has the possibility of going 10x up? Do you want to be able to earn all of that?
Yeah, of course.
I do. Yeah, so you have to take over the Icosa pool. Watsas do like
Well,
go into this, by the way, but like it's about getting a fat. Like it's good to have some Watsas, but like man, you need to have a big. You need to never sell your Icosa. The end game benefits, from what I can see, make it to where you're going to get all of the Hedron.
I don't think I've ever sold a Icosa, other than just trading, but
I
always
sold some for
come back
gas.
more.
I
But
already regret it. 200 I sold from free, and I sold it. I regret it so bad. I regret it so bad.
no, I get what you're saying, and I appreciate that this information, because you're right. I mean, you'll never get, if you always hang on to your Icosa, you're always generating Hedron, and I think, and it's a better financial generation of Hedron than the hex stakes.
The best. So you know, like how with like Hex, you have your shares and they mint you fucking Hex, and then you sell it and stuff. Your interest, like, but everybody's number still is going up. Like you store your wealth with Hex and Icosa, and you use your Hedron as cash, baby. That's like you know, it's like this thing. Like if you could get to the point where your stack is worth 100 million, but you like pay yourself $1 million a year, and the number's probably going to go up in the future. Like there's eventually a point where, like, I know personally some huge players, bro, huge players and hacks and shit.
Yeah,
And
you're way out of my league.
no, I'm not in their league though. They were in way before me, but because I'm like
He's
chummy
poor.
and
He's
people think,
poor. He's poor like us. Yes.
yeah, I'm poor like you guys. Like don't get the wrong idea. Like I have a lot of shares, but I can't touch it. So it's like it doesn't matter. Like I staked way longer to try and catch up with everybody. I'm insane. I'm poor though. But like my buddies, like they want to be able to make $100,000 a month. Like I have one buddy, dude, I think he has like 500 million to like a billion hex, and like he isn't like he dumps, but he only sells his interest, and then he restakes longer. You want to like just keep letting that number go up. We are getting paid to hold up the prices of these assets, and we are being paid right now to hold up the price of Icosa, because you're going to eventually be able to hold all the Hedron. Remember, I see a future where so everybody was. This is one of the things about the emergency end staking and compounding thing. Everybody said the first event's going to be the biggest one. There's never going to be more like Hedron burnt, and there's some validity to that, unless we get 1 million participants. Could you imagine if it starts getting bigger and more people want to lock up Hex and play this share game, make money, do degenerate gamble things? Do you know how many stakes will be there in the future? Well, guess what? It will probably be more than today. And like, guess what?
Yeah, I hope
The
that Hex gets a major adoption. Like people, whatever Richard's doing, I hope it works.
So,
well,
Mike, I
everyone's
have a
dumping.
Watsa question.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a Watsa question, Mike? If I send you my Watsa, you own that, and then whatever yield is yours now, right? So you can cash that out, right?
Right.
Okay, so then I have an idea for a game. This is great. You just basically submit your Watsas to this pool, okay? And then the pool would have like a UI where it just keeps totals and numbers and tracks it all, right? And then every week, let's say, for example, it randomly 50-50 chooses 50% to destroy, and the other 50% split that burnt or cashed in Icosa. Does that make sense? So you choose to play the game, and people will, because they're degenerate gamblers, and there's your game. Does that make sense? I think that should work. All they would need to do is make a bot that would like burn it on a weekly or time frame and just be like admin key free and give us our totals, and that would work, man. That'd be fun.
Tell us
Like, to
again. Tell us
watch.
again what from the. I kind of missed the start of that.
No, it's pretty straightforward. If you want to play the game, here's the risks. You have a 50% chance of losing that Watsa, or you win and you're part of the other 50% that cashes in on all that extra Icosa. There could be huge Watsas in there. There could be little ones. And then we have a screen that shows the totals, right? You know, this week's burn is going to produce this much. There's this, right? You know what I mean?
What kind
I
of
see what you're
time frame in
saying.
the pool? Like, what's your thought? Like, how long does the pool build up for?
Who knows? 2 weeks, a day. There's options.
I think that like things like that need to happen a little bit more down the road. Wats's is way too small. Like, dude, barely like all the people who listen in the chats like own the Wats's. Like, I know a lot of people do, and I have gotten a lot of people to buy them. But it's such a small thing. I think that we need like let's handle this layer, but like that down the road, I see being popular. But we first need to see these auctions and put our focus on the auctions and start like when you tell people, okay, I got you guys an amazing sales pitch. I was in sales for years and it's about connecting with people. Like you don't have to be a shill. You don't have to wrong people if it like you know what I'm saying? But like here's an idea for you. I asked this to my buddy. I was like, if you could buy something for $100 and then instantly sell it for $102 with no risk, would you do that and then do it? But you could do it like 100 times a day. Would you go and do that? And they go, yeah. Like instant profit. That's how you kind of introduce Icosa. Does that make sense? Because that's what's happening.
So you're saying you buy $100 Icosa, and
No, Hedron.
Okay, Hedron. Okay, and you participate in the auction, and you get the HSI, you burn it, or you resell it, and then you get the yield, right? In Icosa.
So yeah, so what you do is you buy $100 of Hedron. We're on Pulse Chain now, free transactions basically, and you buy $100 of Hedron. You buy an Icosa stake. You sell that Icosa stake to the contract. You tokenize it, or I'm sorry, you tokenize it, then sell it to the contract. You get a certain amount of Icosa, and then you buy $102 of Hedron back.
Is that what it yields right now?
Huh?
Oh, that's what you can do right now?
Yes. That's what these auctions. This is why these auctions are going like this. You guys don't get it. You guys just don't get it. Like, this is a game. This is a financial game. Like, dude, this is an arbitrage thing. Like, you can buy a hex stake for $100 or $100 of Hedron, sell the Icosa, and then rebuy Hedron. Like,
But are you including the gas fees too? Because I think that's
so
gonna
once again,
eat up that $2.
think about how cool these auctions would be on Pulse Chain when the transactions are free. You know, you start getting into hex, you want to dig. Like, I'm sure everybody else here had the same experience as me. You find hex, you're like, wow, this guy like is like making all these millionaires. Like, what's going on here? We have this like cult like mentality, and you dig through the rabbit hole. Those people will dig their way because like you're hungry. You're hungry for fucking information when you get into crypto. You're mouth watering. You're looking for that thing that's going to change your life.
True. That's true.
And then you find out that you can do this little arbitrage thing over and over and over again. And remember, I've said multiple times, all the coins, it's Hart's law. It's fucking Hart's law. Like, I know, like, we're talking about Richard here, but it's Hart's law states tied liquidities move up and down with each other. Like, these assets, so like as Hedron gets or Icosa gets like super rare and there's more Hedron that's burnt, like Icosa becomes more rare. These assets hold each other up. That's why you want your hands in every single cookie jar. This DJ's the one who told me this, and I'm telling you right now, DJ's the smartest one here. Like, listen to that man. Like, he's like, put your hands in all cookie jars. He's like, if you see one get really undervalued, that means it's a fucking buy, dude. And he's like, but there's certain things you don't sell. So you have to like make up what you want. Remember, there's going to be a large amount of buying and selling. Like, dude, it's just like you're right. Hedron's going to get super, super fucking rare. But like, I want to earn the most Icosa in the future. I want to be super whale guy, just like I want to be a multimillionaire, and then I want to be 100 millionaire. I'm shooting for billionaire. Do you know why? Because a billionaire in the future won't be that special. Remember, like inflation. But
Jeez,
like,
Mike, imagine you with $1 billion.
well, do you know what's going to be really? You know what's going to be more impressive than having $1 billion of crypto? Do you know what's more impressive than that? Owning $1 billion of crypto and making $10 million a year.
Well, it's good to have a goal and to go for it, but don't.
But if all of us do that, we hold up the prices.
Either.
Dude, like, in the future, being a billionaire, like I said, will not be that special because of inflation. They just doubled the money supply, like, over the last couple years, dude. Like, values are about to drop, like, but, like, that's why some of these crazy numbers, like $100 per hex, is more than possible, because there's infinitely more money out there. Could you imagine if all that economic power from like Bitcoin and Ethereum, like, and remember, Bitcoin and Ethereum are some of the smallest asset classes out there. If just all the money from Bitcoin and Ethereum came into like the Hex ecosystem,
That'd be cool.
do you know how much money is truly out there, dude?
There is a lot of money. As soon as regulations are sorted out, and I hope that,
dude, regulations have been sorted
DeFi
out for like most of this. There are some things they're trying to figure out because it's hard. Like, it's already illegal to steal people's money, but it's just like the corrupt government, dude. Like, they've had regulations for years. I was here since 2017, bro. Like, who is it? the former Coinbase guy, like he spent fucking like the last 5 years like allowing financial institutions to invest into crypto. The regulation's basically here. When you hear a news article and you see fucking Kevin O'Leary up there and he's going, "Oh, like I'm calling for regulation," like, and he's like some like Messiah or something, bro. It's already illegal to steal people's money. This is like these guys were like trying to pass laws and do like additional bullshit. Like it's like it's already here, and like the SEC has had so many rulings, dude. If you're sufficiently decentralized, like Hex, like Icosa, like Hedron, the government actually does understand and comprehend the words sufficiently decentralized. They do, like that's how they rule. They've had previous rulings. All we can go off the previous rulings.
I think that certain people and companies want to just control it like they control the other, stocks
Well,
and
yeah, that's stating the
markets.
obvious.
Yeah. They're gonna drain out as much as they can before they let everyone in, perhaps. Or, before they make it easy for everyone to be in, I guess. Maybe that's one way of saying it. And yeah. Yeah, thank you for
Dude,
the comment.
You know how many people put money into like Hex and made life-changing money because they didn't sell like their shares out? I know some motherfuckers who put a little bit of money, a couple $1,000s, and they are living the fucking dream. I think that possibility is maybe here with Icosa and Hedron.
Well, it's even still like that with Hex too. It's like look at where it went. It went up to 56 cents, and now we're back down here at not even 3 cents. So even for me, like when I started buying, I rode it all the way up, and I was staked, and then I've been buying the entire way back down up until last month. So it's like once we start going on a run again, all those possibilities are still there. Like it's just because we're a year later, 2.5 years later on from when Hex started really running, doesn't mean it's not going to happen again. And more people are aware of it now. More people see the charts now, so they can see the length of the chart. They can see its run from the beginning, and then they'll have to decide. It's like, wow, like it went up to 56 cents. We're down at 3 cents. It's comparable to every other chart in crypto right now. So that means next bull run, who's gonna run faster? What's the size of the market cap? What's the participation? Where's the most economic weight at? Okay, there's less economic weight in this altcoin that is almost considered not an altcoin because of its reputation. Maybe it'll work out better over here. That's what I see.
But I think that we all need to. I now see why Richard started unfollowing people who shill Icosa so hard. It actually truly makes sense. It makes so much sense because Hex is that main brand, man. Remember, I'm a Hexican to the fucking core, dude. Like, I am not selling my fucking T shares. Like, I'm true Hexican here. But I also own a lot of Icosa and Watsas and stuff. But it's like hook them on the Hex, and then once they're in, like how like drug dealers will go up to you and go like, "Hey, kid, you like the soft stuff? How about this hard stuff over here?" And then they go, "Here's Hedron and Icosa." You know what I'm saying? And that's how you fucking hook them.
I'll be honest, I have 0 Hex. I'm all in Icosa, Hedron, and
There's a
I
possibility the way you play, you could end up with more Hex because of how many. You would end up with more shares because you have all the Hedron. So if you want to play it that way, that's also a really good way of doing it too.
How did you come into Hedron? Like, did you know about Hex, or how did you stumble upon Hedron without like owning any Hex, or how'd that work out?
Yeah. So I was in this other group, and the guy in there who makes great comments, and I just like what he says, is a Hexagon, but he talked about Hedron, and so he says this was back in April of this year. I bought some Hedron. I took some money and just a small percentage and put it in Hedron. Then I watched it go down to like nothing, right? And then, but actually wasn't too bad. I think it went down 80%, but when it came back up, I was like, wow, that's this is amazing. So when I saw it was the only thing going up at the time, I knew that it was going to go up higher. So I moved all my other things into Hedron, and then I caught when Icosa came out. I was there day one, so I just got into Icosa. So yeah, I haven't been in Hex.
Nice, man.
In
Cool.
fact, I don't think I've owned any Hex at all.
I still think
All I
everybody
know,
should own some Hex.
all I
Yeah,
know is
it's
that
cheap as fuck right now.
all I know is that if you asked me before owning any Hex, because I was in crypto for a while before owning any, to hodl whatever it may be for 6 months, for an example, I wouldn't be able to do it. But now that I'm in Hex and I've got my ladder, it's basically trained me to do that, to delay my gratification, and it's incredible because I don't even care or think about it as much anymore. And it's pretty powerful stuff because I can apply that to other coins, i.e., Icosa, and we should all say thank you to Hex. Really,
Yeah,
just
You
wanted to
hate
say
absolutely.
Hex.
that. Yeah.
Shut the fuck
What's
up.
that?
You hate Hex. You
No,
hate
no,
it.
I love this ecosystem. It's just I'm really fucking skeptical and got some questions and concerns, man. That's all. And as long as you know me, I just over and over broken record, right? Like it just boils down
Yeah, I know. It's
to
fun. It's
false
fun
pain,
now.
right? Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm struggling. So, but we're
Yeah,
holding
dude.
on. We're holding on.
Oh yeah.
No, I like Hex. I just when I was looking at the three, Icosa, Hex, and Hedron, I'm like, if I buy Hex, I'm not gonna, I was thinking about it and I was trying to ask in the chats, about it, but it wasn't. I don't think I was gonna get a solid answer from anyone because that's just how it is. I have to think about it yourself or be a liar long enough and think about it or hear it and think about what people are saying. But I decided to put it all into the icosahedron instead. And I think it's good to do the auctions, but I was thinking about when I unstake, I was thinking about selling that some of that Icosa for to to be able to participate in the auctions. That's my thought. Or just restake it.
Yeah, dude. I haven't even bid out in a single auction. I'm like, I love my Hedron. Like, I don't even want to get rid of it. And to Mike's point, he makes a good point about either trying to purchase an HSI at discount so you'll actually be able to get more Icosa out of it. So at the same time, you're burning Hedron, which is good for circulation, which is good for supply. And on top of that, you'll actually get more Icosa out of it. So you'll have more Icosa to stake. And thereby, over time, you'll actually be earning more Hedron through the Icosa staking. And it was a little bit of a mind fuck too. And then later down the line, when people start borrowing against their HSIs, when Hedron becomes more valuable, Hex price goes up, Hedron price goes up, yada yada. There'll be a point to where it'll actually be worth borrowing against your HSI for Hedron and selling it. So there's going to be a point that's going to come to where people will start trading their Icosa for Hex and actually turning them into Quattro Cinco HSIs only to borrow against them. And that's like a whole nother mindfuck level of like,
Oh, that
wow,
thing
it's
Oh,
I
like,
came up with
jeez.
yesterday?
Oh my
That's
yeah,
god.
meta.
dude.
Dude, that's
Yeah.
true meta. You guys don't even
Fucking
get like
nuts.
that's the like latest, like that's like the farthest layer of all of this that I have seen. The idea is eventually like, dude, I want to sell some fucking Icosa, but like if you remember, these are liquidity pools, and like the main pool is always going to kind of be Hex and Icosa. And so if that pool changes, like you can like I believe it's advantageous for a liquidity provider who owns both Hex and Icosa. Like if people start getting rid of their Icosa to get Hex, they like change the liquidity to not affect the prices too bad, because it's about like the amount of the two things in there. And then it like we can sell our Icosa technically and not it's not really selling Icosa, you're really just trading it for
Swapping.
Hex.
It's swapping. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're swapping.
Yeah, and then you're wrapping it for 15 years. So the economic energy is like kind of getting stored, and this economic energy does eventually go back to Hex, by the way. And then
So
guess
it
what? You take out a
never
loan,
it
and then you
never
could sell.
drains the system. It always stays in the system and just
Yeah.
Yeah.
transfers.
Yeah, and then like so you get this HSI. So you swapped your Icosa for Hex, you wrapped it for 15 years. Now you have an HSI. Now you take a borrow on it, and now you get a whole bunch of Hedron. Now you get this 15-year loan. All right. And then the last layer is once you pay off your loan, do you know what you can do? You can take that HSI, sell it to the Icosa contract, and get your Icosa back, and then restake it if you want.
Dude, that's only going to make the whole system grow. I mean, everything will get more scarcer, but it will continue to grow in value and in supply.
Don't
More money
sell
will
your
be injected.
Icosa unless you're going to get Hex with it. That's the
Yeah.
rule. You cannot sell your Icosa unless you are buying Hex with it.
Yeah.
That is
It's
the
also,
only. Yes.
but that's also the big brain play to the whole system. Once you finally realize the mechanics of it all, that's when you should be buying Hex as well, only to be Quattro Cinco staking in an HSI, because that's what made inevitably that's what will push up the Hex price even further on top of market participation of only buying Hex. Like once you realize the system of Hedron and Icosa, the next step to it is going to be, or the last ending result step is going to be, is like we're still going to be buying Hex, and we're just going to be wrapping it up for 15 years in HSI. Like that's
And then
basically
getting
what it's going to come down
loans.
to.
And you just
Yeah.
get loans out on it. And remember, if you pay off that loan by the end of the 15 years, that Hex stake has earned interest. That Hex stake has earned mintable Hedron. That Hex stake still has redeemable Icosa and stuff. Or you could let it go and then let it go back into the auctions. You could default on it, whatever. You have a million different things that you can do. And there's no middleman. There's no anything. All of this is code. Everything is checks and balances. When a Hex stake is sold to the Icosa contract, what happens? That Hedron is borrowed and given to all the Icosa stakers, making that Hex stake not in balance. The only way to put it in there's nothing that's been existed that has been invented like this. This is mega brain. If you can understand 50% of what I'm saying, you're starting to look at your Icosa bag a little fucking different. Synthetic T-shares. Synthetic T-shares. These are like, and where does all the Hedron inflation go to? T-shares. And when Icosa synthetic T-shares, that's why it goes there. There's checks, there's balances. These are systems that were meant to replace the banking system. Over-leveraged systems never work. In
Is
a free
Alex
market,
even human? Because like, how the heck did he come up with this? I mean, I just
I
can't
don't know.
understand it.
I think that this was like a way to try and get people to not sell their Hex to hold up the price and everything, but it's evolved into this like monster. People love degenerate gambling where you can make money. And as soon as all the other Hexicans realize that Dude, if you throw money at Icosa, you're technically throwing money at Hex. Just to let you guys know, I know it's not going directly to the price and stuff. $1 in Hex, $1 in Hedron, $1 in Icosa, that is $1 into Hex.
Loosely.
Loose, like, you know, it's like economic power and it gets transferred through the system. I don't know if there's like a certain entry point where, you know, because if Hedron does like a certain amount of X's, like, you know, it kind of pumps up Hex and you have all this arbitrage and traders and stuff, but you're also convincing people not to sell their Hex. Like, you're also convincing people with like big brains be like, oh dude, I could take over the world. Do you guys know how many super beyond wealthy people that have just insane amounts of wealth that are out there? Do you know why that those people still have all that wealth? Because they didn't dump all their bags. And like they had like a foothold in like the stock market, banking, real estate. They took a hold of a giant market. This is a whole new market. Boys, crypto is still like, have any of you guys seen that fucking thing like where it's like, here's the size of Bitcoin, here's the size of the stock market, here's the size of derivatives. And it's like, if you look, it's like, dude, this, if once you are smart enough to hear like what I say and be like, you're telling me I could buy $100 of Hedron, sell it, and get $102 of Hedron once Pulse Chain comes out? Like, now we have a fun game. And you can make money doing it.
You talk too fast, Mike. You're too fast.
I told him that yesterday. I told him yesterday.
Holding your synthetic T-shares. Never sell your Icosa. If you do, you can take profits, bro. Like, you guys are going to make some sick gains. But for those people with a little bit longer of a mindset who are like, dude, like the guys who held through big payday and like held through all the hyperinflation, dude, those guys like don't need to sell their Hex anymore because they're so rich. That is a possibility here.
Well, you think about the millions and people around the world that are going to get into crypto in a matter of time when it becomes more mainstream, because I think not that many people are in. The people that are in, the majority are in like centralized exchanges like Coinbase, right? Everyone goes through Coinbase, but then only a small percentage, a third of those, will dabble a little bit outside of that into DeFi, and then even smaller percentage of us that are like bigger into it, perhaps.
Remember, dude. Remember, with liquidity providing, boats flow together, and we're here before all the big hexagons are all in here. I want you to. I know a couple like decent sized like stakers, bro. Like I know some people who could dump, like they can make a red candle. Like not dump, but like they can make a red candle, and like their money isn't here yet. If they join our system, we benefit, and now we no longer have to sell our Hex while all of them are dumping their Hex because they've already made sick gains. Like, look at how many people were willing to do these sacrifice phases and get rid of their Hex. Now, if you went like me and bought Hex off the market and then sacked it, that's okay. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's awesome. You did a good for the community. But all the, like, dude, there were so many Hexkins who were like, oh, I have so much fucking Hex. I don't even fucking care. Pulse Chain will have higher gains, and they throw it in there. Like, they're going to do that again. And if they come into the Icosa pool, the Hedron system, and they start selling their Hex, breaking stakes like they have been, we take their position while they're joining our position. And guess what? You as a big shark or a dolphin, you should be in this system. If you want to preserve your Hex T-shares, you have to join over here. But if for us joining first and buying at 60 cents, staking at today's stake rates, compounding before they even know what's going on, we are going to take some of their economic power.
Mike
You don't
and
know
Mango,
how much economic power is here.
Hey, Mike. I just had to say hi, but I just wanted to let you and Mike, you and Mango know, and everyone else in here that there's a executioner shared with us earlier today that there is a good potential of being able to that there's a fiat on and off ramp that's being worked on that is not through a centralized exchange, and it involves the potential of trusts and working with Native Americans.
Yeah, he talked about that with the reservations. Yeah.
We don't
Seems cool.
need those things. It seems cool. Like we should be investigating every single avenue. But there's going to be a point where every centralized exchange is going to want a piece of this fucking pie.
Sorry, on and off ramps from Ethereum to fiat? Is that what you're talking about?
Correct. Yep. And
Okay.
Yeah,
with the idea that there's a potential that they try to shut DeFi down.
Okay.
So it's just kind of like thinking ahead, almost like planning on the worst case scenario, just in case they do pull some crazy shit like that. Like we're gonna be okay.
Yeah, because if you're
I
able to
actually
get,
set up a
if you,
trust for the purpose of off ramping.
Smart. I have a trust as well, but I don't know if that works with a centralized exchange. Although I have like a crypto broker, which is a little bit different. But yeah, I don't know if that would help you though, if that trust still needs Coinbase or one of these centralized crypto exchanges. Yeah.
Your name looks familiar. I think you know about the trusts and say like going through brokers and avoiding the centralized exchange, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That being said, though, even though a broker, yeah, I suppose maybe just having a broker instead of using a centralized exchange would protect us or still give us the ability to do that. But Blue Bum is the one who's really extremely knowledgeable about trust, as he's a American national. And Mike, you're hilarious, bro. We love you, man.
But what are you doing, Mike? All these sound effects.
Oh, sorry, I was vaping. Sorry. I'm
it smells
messaging my
rough.
dude. I'm too hyped. Like I get it. I was one of the first people who got it. Yes, and I can explain it easy. Actually, it was like Trip who kind of got me on it. But like I fucking can explain it to people who are willing to spend enough time to listen. And this is second chance hex. I thought it was with Hedron, and in some sense of that token, it's true. But But like this first year of Icosa, that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, Mike, you do circles around me with the knowledge. You spend so much time, and I thought I dived in deep, but I think it takes a level of organization to be able to comprehend. And I'm not a visual, so I almost want to create a wall poster with all the different arbitrage and the different plans when prices go this way or that way. I need to visualize it.
We have a chance to mold the hex community. All right, guys, I want you to listen now. All right, well, I have 20 sets of ears. When I got into hex at a penny and a half, I kind of came in there And I was like, dude, I don't like that main video on the fucking front page of Hex. And I like yelled at Richard. I was like, Richard, if you tell me that that's the best video that you can get to represent the next financial product of the future, I just can't agree with you. I don't care how great you are. And then like a lot of the big Hexicans hated me. Like I rubbed against my buddy, all my buddies, they thought I was hilarious and they agreed with me. But like we have a chance to like kind of mold the community here. Like when I came out, we had a group of like 40 people here and all the whales were in there. And I was like, guys, we're doing this Vegas meetup. Why don't we make like an impact? Let's give out free Hex shirts to people and go around it and like kind of create a buzz. Guess what? It did work, but all the big OGs, not a single one of them put down a single dollar towards it. And like my one buddy, he funded the entire thing. He's like, dude, you're right. He's like, we made sick gains. He's like, you got to spread the word and kind of be a little weird. Like none of them would put any of their money into it, and it bothered the shit out of me. Like because it's like a little money, like you're doing something cool, like Hex postcards. Yeah, I'll toss some money to you. Like, oh, we have a lawsuit going on. I donated $200 to the lawsuit. All right, like to help those Hexicans, and it's like we have a chance to like kind of be the new front men of like Hex, like or like to be those like people who can get the ball rolling on certain things, like. All these Hexicans are fucking sleeping, dude, and they're dumpers. They're fucking dumpers.
You know, I think it's important to like I saw Jawa on Twitter, you know, trying to talk to other communities, and I think they have doubts and questions, and I think you have to like I don't know, maybe if you have answers to all of those you know they're like they think like maybe pulse chain is a ghost chain or something, or you know if you have logical answers to all their FUD, then maybe you know you can start to if it's worth it you think it's worth it to do that, try to
To
get
do
more people involved.
well, like not financial advice, but like I go and tell people about Hex and all these things, and it's like getting them in. Like Maxim made a video where he was like, dude, at the top, he's like, I wasn't really talking about Hex. I wasn't telling people about Hex because there was so much downside. And it's like you really got to kind of get people to where the opportunities are, because if they like kind of they make money, they're going to look at it differently. If you get somebody into crypto and they instantly lose 50%, it's not very good. You don't get like people like Mango, you don't get people like Rich, you don't get people like me. I bought in, and like Richard basically was like, you have a lot of shit coins, dude. I would rather hold some Hex, and I would stake it. And it's like, I was like, oh, I have a hard time arguing with that statement. After what he discussed with me, how energy transfer on the blockchain is so retarded, and it's just not even like feasible. And like once your number goes up, you start to really appreciate this stuff. What happens if it goes up to 30 cents and just holds there for 6 months? And then people who buy in are like still making interest and stuff like that, or we start seeing new higher floors, like people get committed. So it's like, I think that, getting some people to get some Hex, some Icosa, maybe some Hedron, but I think that the play is like getting the Hex and the fucking Icosa and getting the Icosa staked, because you will earn so much Hedron over time from the main assets.
Do you have like what's your percentage of Hedron to Icosa? Just curious.
Dude, all those numbers are kind of like Icosa's on a super dip right now, and it's like those numbers like kind of change in pool percentage in Icosa pool, and because of how you can compound, I don't know how all of this is going to turn out. I don't like I would say if it was like dollar value from initial, I think I had like 4 times as much Hedron as I had Icosa, but all my stuff staked. So there's multiple plays that you can do. Like it's hard to tell because like right now, if Hedron does a 3x, do you know how much Icosa I could fucking buy? Like like with all my stored up Hedron, like, but is that going to outcompare the prices of the pool and stuff like that? There's too many variables, but Icosa pool was my smallest. But like it was like my biggest portion of the pool. It was just it's the smallest pool, so it takes the least amount of money to take up the pool. But if it's the smallest pool, that means every T point pays that much more, or M point, B point, whatever you have.
Yeah, that
Bullet.
is true.
I'm telling you, boys, I figured out everything, and it's like, this is like the guys who figured out shares first and figured out how big payday and all these things are going to work. Like the guys who emergency end staked and restaked their shit and now looked at things in terms of shares, they were the hands down biggest winners in the Hex community. That doesn't mean that's going to happen here, but I see a lot of like things that are like, oh wow, these two things are like synonymous, bro. Like these two things are like, it's very dynamic with the auctions, so we really don't know how it's all going to turn out. Even Alex says he doesn't have a fucking clue because it's all so dynamic and shit. He's like, it's going to be interesting to watch to see what happens with the Icosa pool. But he isn't in here going in like giving us hints. Like Richard didn't really come in here and give us hints. It was the community who figured it out. And remember, if all of us sell less Icosa, more Hedron is burnt. Icosa is not the
he
dump token.
underestimated. I remember Alex saying in a video early on that he didn't expect as many participants in the WhatsApp pool, and like I think he underestimated that by a large factor. From what he said in that video. And then even Sloth was saying like he's gonna wait till like a few days before he buys the Watsas, just to see what happens or something like that. But then, I hear you talking about those day one Watsa owners, they're already that the yield is more for them. So it's
also, boys, Watsas undervalued. You can be a dolphin for like $5,000, dude. Now, dolphin and Icosa pool right now is only like 2,000, but like it's weird because we don't know how that's going to compound. If everybody compounded and there's twice as many points, well, my statement goes out the window, and technically right now the price was 3,000 or 4,000. But if you buy your Watsa, your percentage of the pool will never go down. It will only ever go up.
Watson
And
because the Godwell can come in and dilute that pool like in 1 hour,
if there's a big player who comes in and liquidate and like sucks up the Icosa pool, guess what the biggest mega brain play was actually to do? It was to buy the Watsas today and wait for that big dilution event. And then with all of the hex stakes that were sold through, because you had a bigger portion of the pool of the Watsas, you then can cash out that Watsa and have a very big, or like not cash out, burn your Watsa and then get your position back into the Icosa pool so you can be earning that sweet, sweet Hedron. Having a couple Watsas for the mega brain play, the people who do it, I have a lot of different Watsas and different sizes. I haven't really done much with them, but like, bro, down the road, you're going to be like, dude, I wish I had a Watsa to burn, because as they keep getting burnt, Like some of those, like right now, the Icosa pool pays more Icosa for the same amount of dollar value. But if everybody compounds January 14th, that all of a sudden goes tossed out the window, and there's going to be a Watsa FOMO. Because after people start seeing the yield go up in Watsas, you're going to see some people go, but also you can't sell your Icosa for the Watsas because you should be compounding your Icosa.
You're helping us out too much, Mike.
I know I am. You're fucking welcome. But if all of us don't dump Icosa, there's more Hedron burnt, and the system just moves along a little faster. And that's what this game is. Like you can go and sell your Icosa from your Hedron stake. It's not that much sell pressure. But if you do that now during the first year, because of how compounding interest works, just to let you know, at every step at which you don't stake and compound correctly, the mistake in the long term is exponential because it's compound.
Yes, it's always that way. Like the small,
Yes.
simple things. Always.
Small mistakes can cost you. It could cost you on some stakes thousands to tens of thousands of Icosa in the end game. Like you could be missing out, and like remember, dude, Icosa at $5, that's going to happen. Like a $5 Icosa, we were a third of the way there in the middle of the bear market, bro. We were a third of the way there.
Oh shit, Mike, you're in rare form, bro. Keep it up.
Dude, dude, Rich, I got it. The things that I picked at for so long and didn't quite understand, the things that Hexecutioner said, but he didn't maybe I just feel like I can explain it to people in English because I'm retarded. Because I'm retarded, I relate.
This is something that Hexecutioner has been very careful to do, is not actually spell everything out and connect the dots for people.
Yeah, I was gonna make that comment that like it's not like there's 3,000 people in here to where it's like you are giving away every single bit of the alpha, but it's to like it's like the VIP club you're talking to.
Yeah, and while everybody's dumping their Icosa and shit, you're getting rid of the fucking dumpers. You're just getting rid of the dumpers. Like if people sell if they stake their Hedron, they're holding up the Hedron price and then they dump their Icosa, that's fine. Go ahead and do that. That means down the road, I'm going to outcompete you.
Yeah, I'm extremely bullish as well. Like my intuition was screaming when I first learned about Hedron and Icosa. And yes, I did learn about both of them at the same time because I was late to Hedron. I don't have any 10x multipliers. But when I first had that aha moment, like literally I couldn't sleep for a week because I was like so fucking excited and was just like, it was blowing my mind straight up.
I can't sleep. I got it. Like, and I understand, like, I remember saying something, or the Hexecutioner was like, dude, the only reason Icosa has any value is because it earns Hedron. That statement is actually more true than I realized today. Because the Hexecutioner was like, well, yeah, kind of. But no, it is. Because if you do the math, you're earning 30 times what you're going to be earning with Hex. If your pool percentage increases, do you know what that means? You're talking exponential. You could be earning 100 times like dollar value than what some new guy could get in.
And here's 100. The thing in regards to like being diluted by the God Wheel, that's not gonna that's not potentially gonna happen for like 270 days.
Wait,
and if it does happen,
how did you have that information? Like
because he staked his Hedron, so that's when the stake is up.
He didn't put everything in there though, I'm sure.
He put most of it. He still has like mintable.
Jeez, dude, well, when he unstakes that and he's got a ton of Icosa, dude, it's gonna dilute the Icosa. Then what do you?
Well, but he's not compounding in the best pool now. We're diluting him. You don't get it. We're diluting him.
Yeah, and it's not guaranteed that he's going to unstake.
Exactly.
That, when you're that big, you don't think you just think differently, you know, and it might not be
Yeah.
advantageous for him as advantageous as it is for us.
And remember, if all the big hexagons come in, they create HSIs with all of their hex and everything, and you're in the Icosa pool at that moment when it happens, like, as long as it's after the 270 days, they're pumping your fucking bags, bro. They're pumping your bags. Like, if Godwale makes a big stake and sends it to the HSI, even though he takes up a whole bunch of Icosa, remember, like, someone's going to try to buy that stake. That Hedron's burnt. Like, we're getting paid for that, and we get the advanceable Hedron from that hex stake from somebody who wants to join into the system.
What happens to the Watsas when that happens too?
Oh yeah, like, because of the
Oh,
bonus
geez.
thing, that, like, that's why, like, dude, I'm telling you guys, I know it's an NFT. NFTs are so fucking retarded. Like, artwork, like, and it's coming out soon. I saw the artwork. I'm impressed. I hate artwork. Who cares? Just in terms of Icosa yield, having a couple Wattses down the road for like oh shit, dude, there's a whole bunch of borrowable Hedron coming through. I could burn this Watsa and create a whole nother stake. But like, Watsas are after year 1, but you need a couple in your pocket. Right now, there are good priced Watsas, and remember, every million points has about 1 Icosa in it. So you need a couple Watsas to maintain your Icosa share rate. It's a tool.
Yeah, I have a day 1 Watsa. It's my biggest one. I like it.
Dude, I look at it, I'm like, God, man, that thing has earned some motherfucking yield. You know, but like, it's going to get more powerful after this first year. Like, we don't know, like, this first event, Icosa was the play. Being staked in Icosa was like 100% the play. But now we're starting to see a compound event. As soon as everybody compounds, and remember, after each burn event, the compounding gets stronger. Like, those Watsas will look more appealing because that pool size didn't get more competitive.
The Watsas literally like could be the best play in this whole ecosystem.
It is possible that is. It's a time thing. I think that there's certain times where it's like, you know, like right now, Watsas are cheap, and like all of the things are pretty cheap. But it's like, I think that Watsas, there's more yield now, and they were selling for higher 2 months ago. Like,
Yeah,
no one's
everything is
looking.
cheap right now.
No one's
Hex,
looking.
everything.
Yeah, hex, everything. Like, everything's cheap, but like, Watsas have way more yield in them.
Watsa is the best fucking value right now, especially like long term. If you're thinking like
Years.
to have to burn one,
Yeah,
you know, at the end
years.
of this bull market, but then to hold on to them for like a second and a third bull market. Like I created enough Watsas to where I'm like, okay, I have enough for 3 bull markets. I'm gonna fucking win it.
I got my big
Nice.
Watsa. I plan on using that to combine with, like, and take a big portion of the pool at some point. But it's like, it's a biggins. It's a biggins, and for me as a shitter person, and like, I have a hard time burning it. But it's like, there's gonna be a point where it's like, oh, dude, I could take up a bigger portion of the pool here. Like, because there's no, like, you can still compound rewards after this year, but like, the super compounding is this year. This is the chance, boys. This is the chance. Go ahead, sell your Icosa, do what you want. I'm going to tell you, you're going to look back and be like, holy shit, dude, I shouldn't have sold my Icosa. I should have staked it, and then I should have sold my Hedron from my Icosa stake. You will come to that conclusion at some point down the road, I believe.
So the people, so we have two, so we have the 1 year of seed liquidity, and then the added 1 year of seed liquidity that just happened, right? So
Yeah.
would you look, so from the beginning, from launch of Icosa, would you look at the people who ended up with their stakes for 360 days? Like, do you look at those people at a disadvantage because if they wanted to recompound, they would have to take a larger haircut on their principal and yield in order to compound?
Maybe. It's weird.
I think
It's
so.
weird because if more auctions go through, or there's any type of weird dynamic thing that happens, any decision that looks good now could be looked at as not as good down the road.
What were you gonna say, Rich?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I think absolutely. The longer stake minimum that you have, it works against you.
At least for this first year and a half, or we'll just say a year from now.
Yeah, a year. So I think, yeah, because you can't compound. So, and there's no bonus. So, yeah, in a way, it's almost like that's very advantageous for the little guy,
That's why it's good to have multiple like Hedron stakes, or just have a Hedron stake, and then you could compound into different wallets with your Icosa, like you guys said.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have one that where I'm going to keep that share rate for a very long time. I almost did it kind of like staking
test.
ladder,
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm learning a lot from you guys tonight. This is like a lot of info.
Yeah.
I think we've gotten better at explaining it as well, like it's more polished message, because we've also been figuring out all the possibilities. But yeah, I think we like a lot of times you'll come into the Icosa chat and we're just like talking about the craziest shit, because we're like, okay, we pretty much figured it out. Okay, we got this. What are we going to talk about now?
I am like the fucking king. You guys are fucking welcome. I even got Maxim on this. Like, dude, I made Maxim. I sent him a message about all of this, and then like all of a sudden, like a few hours later, he puts up a tweet and he goes, "Yeah, I just bought some Icosa and staked it." He's like I like made even Maxim FOMO.
So Mike, were you nervous about making those tweets today?
No one even everyone liked my other tweet, and I think that one was stupid. And it's just like everybody on Twitter is fucking retarded. No one is ballsy enough.
Okay,
because
I gotta throw some support to you, Mike. What's your handle on Twitter again? Sorry.
DeFi Rocket Fuel. So
and it's the same avatar,
boys. Mango liked it, and I always appreciate your likes, Mango. But like I said on Twitter, I didn't sack much for Pulse Chain because I knew, and I staked my hex for an average of 7.5 years with 10x multipliers, because I know staking hex always wins. Is there anyone dumb enough out there to like bet against me that hex outperforms Pulse Chain?
Yeah, I wasn't talking about that one though. I was talking about the one where you commented on Alex's tweet.
On who?
I have to look back at it. If I'm remembering correctly, it was like a tweet or a comment about Icosa and Hedron, and you said you would never tweet about Icosa and Hedron for the fear of getting unfollowed by Richard.
Oh yeah, I didn't put a public tweet of that, but I have said that. I told Maxim that I was like, yeah, I don't want to tweet too much about Hedron and Icosa, because like, dude, like we're having a hard time getting like all these dumb people who got all their money stolen from them. Like, hey, dude, like actually Hex isn't a rug pull. And like we can't associate like too hard. It's better for Richard to follow Hexicans.
Your Twitter posts are freaking full of great information these past few days, Mike.
I feel like Richard on a Twitter like rant storm, and like nobody on Twitter likes me. Like I get a few posts here and there that pop off, but like nobody really likes.
I'm calling it right now. It's the calm before the storm, because I see one of your tweets got 100 likes, and yeah, I mean you have pretty much like the fucking coolest name, because it's basically like the definition of Hedron and Icosa.
I actually had that name back when I got into Hex because I thought that like Ethereum and basic DeFi, it's just like, DeFi rocket fuel for the moon ride. And then I kept it because I thought it was so creative. And I was like, no, Hex. And then I was like, no, Hedron. And now I'm like, no, everything with Icosa.
Brother, I'll retweet a bunch of your stuff and do what I can. I mean, I don't have a lot of followers, but every little bit helps.
But yeah, no way 100,000 Hex staked for 7.5 years with a 10x multiplier gets beaten by pulse chain returns. No way. No way. It's impossible. Nobody wanted to even put a comment on my post, and they just like a lot of people liked it, but they didn't put any comments. And it's like, yeah, I wouldn't take that bet either, idiot.
Well, it's kind of next level thinking. I can't even wrap my head around the maths there. So
Me and my old buddy, I don't really talk to him anymore, but we sat there for days, like you and me here in this chat, but we were in like a private call with a few other people, and we were like talking about the game theory of everything. We sat there and went through every idea possible. And the only thing that we could come to the conclusion of is like, well, if that address doesn't sell that hex, well, now they can just sell Pulse Chain. And it's like he still sacked a whole bunch, but like in comparison to his bag, it was like less than 1%. And we were the only ones who did it. And like sometimes when everybody's all like kind of gawking like seagulls, and shit like that, and they're all in sync, you gotta be like, yo, what's going on here? Now all of a sudden I'm seeing charts with like triangles showing that we're going to a half penny. I'm starting to see like, like all these YouTube videos coming out. Like, look, Upper Echelon Gaming came out, made a video on Hex. Thanks for noticing us, bro. You can't sell down the price, retard. You don't own any Hex, so it doesn't matter. And if you are selling down the price at these prices and you aren't like reinvesting into Icosa or Watsas or something, you are fucking giving away your bags. Now you can't sell the top. We're just like, look, Richard's not on YouTube. Pulse Chain's still not out. Right now, if you go to Hex.vision, there is all-time super high inflation. Everyone's putting those triangles down to Hex is dead. It's just going down farther and all this shit. And it's just like, well, what if it doesn't? What if everybody else is wrong, just like they have been for the longest time?
there's no use
Right now,
worrying
dude.
about it, Just get in. Yeah, just everything's cheap. And if you're smart, you could DCA as it goes lower, but that's hard to do
Yeah,
too.
DCA, dude. Like don't go all
Yeah.
in, dude. Like, and I do think
Nothing to worry
Icosa
about,
can
though.
drop to 30 cents. 30-cent Icosa is in the game, boys. I don't know what's going to happen, but like, there's also a chance where we don't see 30-cent Icosa. But like, maybe it takes a while for people to appreciate like what Icosa truly is valued until we get rid of the dumpers. But like after this year, dude, there's going to be a tightening, and then the guys who have all the Icosa and compounded while everyone else didn't and dumped their coins, we're going to end up with the entire pool. And if you've made it that far by not dumping your Icosa, you're probably more likely to not sell going forward. So we're going to probably get closer up to our price, because we all know now I could go and get that Icosa, I could compound it, and then later down the road, I could trade it for Hex and not nuke the price. Remember, if you swap like Icosa and Hex, like it really, like in a new AMM type system with tied liquidity, like it really doesn't sell down the price unless it gets exchanged for USDC.
Well,
Weren't you guys just talking about Icosa hitting like $130 or something? Like, who was that? But they were, yeah, that's totally doable if X reaches, $1 or something. Anyways, I'll just be quiet.
I'm telling you, man,
No,
a lot of these big guys in Hex, they dump their bags, bro. Like, fucking Johnny Chaos came out and he was like, dude, fuck Coinbase, man. I'm cashing out so much money that they closed my account. It was like, oh my fucking God, bro. Like, really? Like, oh, shit. Like, don't complain publicly that like you're cashing out so much money that Coinbase is like, yo, what are you doing? But now he can't sell down the price in the future, so it's all good.
Hey, Mike, I gotta say this Richard Hart tweet out loud so everyone can hear it. It's really, really poetic and true. It goes, 2022 was the year everyone wrote stories about those who got it all wrong instead of those who got it all right.
I have been saying this for the longest time. Why does no one listen to me? All my friends who got wrecked on all these other altcoins and did not stake their hex, they are all wrecked and they're mad at me, even though I'm the one who said, yo, buy and hold, stake hex. And no one listened to me, but no one wants to come to me. Why? Why? Why does everybody want to ask Michael Saylor, the guy who lost the most amount of money, what he thinks? Why do you care? Why would you want to talk to a guy who just got liquidated for $2 billion? Why? Why would you even want his opinion?
Must be getting lucky because the people I onboarded recently, like literally within a day or two, they went from I think hex is a scam to I'm a Hexican.
If we see one more cycle of price appreciation and there's no rug pull, what happens? Eventually, haters become buyers. And let me tell you, I've hated some altcoins before. Do you know what hurts more than anything? Watching an altcoin you hate and despise make new all-time highs. It makes you question your own being.
You know, it's either you question your own being now or you already have, and that's why you're Hexican, or you're fucking putting it off, but it's inevitable.
Yeah, you know, those altcoins are gonna do that. There's gonna be like popular adoption. Uh, even the corporate world, it's like they talk a lot about what's popular, not, you know, not what like what we're talking about here, what makes more sense.
And I suppose that has to be, or that's just is the way that potentially truth has always been, you know? It's always the most truth is always kind of on the fringes, but until virality, I suppose.
You know, things like Doge like make no sense, and yet they're shielded like by the biggest name, you know?
Pretty much all of crypto is a fucking scam. Like
Yeah.
Hex is the only, as far as a store of value, it's the new Bitcoin. It's store of value for crypto 2.0, guaranteed.
Guys, you have two choices. You can listen to the people who are winning, or you can listen to the people who just lost all of their money. That's really where at this point where I'm at. Listening to Michael Saylor, listening to all these fucking Democrats stealing people's money. Everybody is losing money but us. Like, make your own decisions. This is still a risky play in terms of like opening up a 401k or opening up a regular CD and earning your half interest a year. Like there is risk here. There is like downside risk. But like most of the people who invested in crypto lost money besides us. Eventually, other people are going to be like, wait, you're still winning? How are you still winning? And they will go and find money to FOMO buy prices 2x from here, 4x from here. You know, I tried getting my buddies into Hex at $0.015 before the run up. I was as confident as I am today. I couldn't get those motherfuckers to buy. But guess what? They bought at 25 cents. So some of them all of them are still holding too. Like a lot of them are like, I don't care. You're right. I bought a top. I should have listened to you when I first bought. And now all of them are buying now. That we are building more believers. If like all of us just like, if Hex appreciates and just keeps winning, like it has been, all that economic energy that's in the world, you know, there's a reason 1% of people own half of everything. They make that clear in the video.
And
You're right.
everyone
I
needs to
mean,
remember that Richard Hart most likely has Bitcoin legacy and Ethereum legacy. Like he is so fucking rich. Like he's got a lot of tricks up his sleeves, I think, that we have no idea. And I really do think that like he's like Hex is gonna do nuts this next bull market, and it's gonna blow everyone's fucking mind again.
Not like an immediate run up. Like we have to go and shake some hands out at 50 cents for a while, probably. It's very common for cryptos, like where, you know, like the new or the previous all-time high has resistance levels because you have people who bought the top and want to cash out and just traders and stuff. But like, oh, guys, like
Different though.
a couple
Hexicans
bucks,
are
a
different.
couple, bro, like Bitcoin at like, dude, remember there were people who bought Bitcoin at $1, you know, $10, $30, and they're like, dude, there's no way that this shit goes to $100. And then it shoots up to 300, and then it goes to 1,200, and then it goes up to 2,500, and then it goes up to
people
20,000.
forget. They fucking forget what happens, right? And guess what's also going to happen? People will forget that this is happening right now at the top of the bull market, because essentially, you know, people are affected by the market mentality, and it makes it to where they don't make the right decisions at the right time.
Guys, I think if you
your
want to
friends
start
did and
changing some
bought,
people,
when they bought the top, they're gonna do that again. You know, not just them, but other people. You know, they're gonna
if
repeat
you
that
guys are going to get
process.
people in, show them your stakes in Icosa. Kind of lean people in with like some Icosa, be like, dude, this is all about Hex, and you should buy some Hex. But like right now with like Icosa, man, like, you know, if you start getting people, like I got a whole bunch of people to start staking Icosa. I got them excited about Icosa and all the yield I'm making, but I'm like, yo, dude, at the end of the day, like, you know, you explain a little more. It's like, dude, it's all based around Hex stakes. And like now, even my buddy, he's like, okay, so half Hex, half Icosa. Like, we got to get some people in here because remember, we were the only ones who didn't steal. Like, this was the only project that didn't steal everybody's money.
Yeah, I would say quarters. You know, quarter Hex, HSIs, and I would say just do Cuatro Cincos from now on, and then yeah, Hedron, Icosa, and Watts's. Why you can still get them.
Just you boys wait, man. You're gonna look back and see $5 Icosa and be like, man, I should have fucking compounded it, because now at the end of the year, you know, I sold that Icosa for a couple $100. It's worth $5,000, $10,000 now. I had a buddy who gave up 200,000 Hex, and it was interest. 200,000 Hex, and he went and bought a bag of weed. Okay, like, and now
All right.
200,000 Hex at all-time lows is what, $6,000? He looked at me with like almost tears in his fucking eyes, and he was like, dude, I know it was a long time ago and it was free interest. He's like, but I fucked up buying weed there.
What Hamish, is it Hamish who has a chart that shows what the ceiling price would be at certain price levels for Hex? I think if Hex is over $10, then Icosa is like more close to 1,000, yeah, or 500. I'm gonna be extremely bullish and say, and I've said this before, Hex is going above $40, and Icosa will be multiple thousands by the end of this bull. Financial advice, but that's what we're looking at here.
I mean, $10. All right, Mr. Bull, calm down.
Listen, Hex did a 2,400x from day one. You know, so like, and with the pullback, it did a 10,000x, right, from all-time low to high. I think Icosa could do that. in this next poll. So what, 30 cents, 10,000x from 30 cents? What is that?
Let's do
3,000?
1,000. Let's be reasonable. What's 1,000? Is that $30?
I think it might be. Yep.
Did you see
Wait.
Access Alive's last video? He talks about the market caps of what could potentially happen to Ethereum with Hex, like if it just explodes. Like, it's pretty cool. You should watch that.
This is the man. He pretty much, in my opinion, he's the best charter there is.
It's mesmerizing watching him talk. It's like, wow.
Guys, do not burn your Watsas. Don't sell your Icosa interest. The only thing that I think is kind of feasible, like, is maybe taking your Hedron yield from your Icosa and making that your cash, and maybe even selling that Hedron to go buy some Icosa and restake it. Things like that might be good. But, like, dude, relook at your portfolio and reanalyze it looking at Icosa at $10. Relook at it. Those types of things happened thousands of times before.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point, because just because of the nature of Hedron and how big the pool is, and then also that people, you know, essentially get free minted Hedron, right? With Icosa, you don't have that, and you have a smaller pool. So, like, I suppose it's a bit of a no-brainer in that sense.
Yeah, I don't want to sell my Hedron, to be honest. I want to keep what I have. But maybe when I unstake my Icosa, maybe I'd sell that Hedron for more Icosa.
We have auction, you know, potential of having huge discounts up to 40 or 50% again in this next wave of this next auction wave. So that's always a good play, and just increase the amount of Hedron you have. And then maybe,
True.
yeah, there's just so many plays. I think it's all going to work out really well. And I think in the end, having kind of somewhat of equal plays in all of it is going to kind of be, it could potentially be the best move.
Do not sell your Icosa. Restake it. Compound it. You're welcome. And if you listen to me, make a lot of money, I'll give you my wallet address, and then you can send me money.
I already DM'd you my private keys. That's what you told me. That's what you want to do. You told us
Good man.
to do, right?
Good man. Everybody else, DM me your private keys, just so you know, because what happens if you lose them? You know, don't you want to have a trustworthy buddy who will hold them for you?
I'll trade you mine for $2,000 in wheat. No.
$30 Icosa. Imagine minting in free coins every month, like $5,000 or $10,000. Or, you know, there's some guys I know who cash out a lot. Like, there's still money coming into the markets, man.
It's the greatest feeling seeing your principal exceeded.
Icosa is undervalued. Everything's undervalued right now, but I think Icosa is really undervalued right now.
Like money printing.
We are so fortunate.
And remember, guys, if you throw money at the Icosa price right now, market buy Icosa, guess what? You are lending your economic power to the auctions which then means a little bit more Hedron is burnt. And then like people have more ARB opportunity and they're making Hedron more rare. It's a certificate of deposit. You're loaning your money and getting a certain amount of Icosa. And by staking that Icosa, you're going to like earn interest, and you may or may not go in profit, but you will go in profit in terms of Icosa. And it's like you're going to get that economic value, or the system will get the economic value over time. So it's like a checks and balances system. People were like, "Oh, I don't want to put my Icosa price. That means that I'm exit liquidity." No, you're retarded. You're retarded. You have a layer 1 understanding of economics. If somebody just threw $1 million at the price of Icosa right now, what happens? Number goes up. What then happens? Oh, all the people in the auctions have to spend more Hedron to get that same 1% yield gain. And they sell down the price a little bit, but they burnt all the Hedron, making Hedron more rare. And then over time, we're kind of ciphering money off of them, economic energy through time. Remember, you put $100 into the market and the price of a stock goes up $1, and then you take it out a year later. They found studies where like when you took that dollar out, only like, even though a full dollar came out, the price of the stock was still up a penny over thousands and thousands of transactions. Economic power and energy were like left inside of the system over time. And so now like Icosa shifts it back into the staking pool. Icosa is a staking coin, but goddamn, is it the best? It is one of the best fucking staking coins there is. A dual yield token. That's really dual yield.
Yeah, I wish I looked at the source code at Hedron a long time ago to see what was going on with the secret Icosa. Because I know some of you guys were there, you know, talking about it. Like, hey, look at this code. It's talking about this other derivative, staking coin, you know.
I'm
Crazy.
looking at the chart that I don't know who it was. Maybe it was Solix or Hamish, but so this is the one I was talking about earlier. If Hex is $50, then potentially if it's near the ceiling price, then Hedron would be 8 cents and Icosa would be 2,300. I know you think I'm crazy right now, but you just watch.
Yeah, maybe by the in 2 bull runs, you know. Because
But that's serious FUD, bro.
All right, Mr. Bull, we get it, Rich. Rich is the one who's like up. He's like 10-cent Hedron, and it's like, whoa, whoa.
What we're based on. We're based on something that did a 10,000x in its first bull run. I mean, what more do you need?
Yeah, but there was a lot less crypto back then, right?
Yeah, but
And more is like it is coming out every day. It's like crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose, but I just think of all like taking into account everything that I've learned surrounding this, all of it, like, and there's quite a few huge aspects to understanding all of this, and I think putting all of those together, it's the fucking perfect storm for another huge price appreciation, and we've already seen that Hedron is more volatile than Hex. So if Hex does a 2000x on this next bull run, then Hedron very likely could do a 10,000x.
That's possible, but I just try to like keep my feet on the ground and not try to make the smartest moves I can with that, potential in, often, that, anything can happen, but I try to, try to make the smartest moves you can as if you value every move that you make is gonna, add to your future.
I mean, I don't think that would change my decision of what I'm in. Like I'm full Hex, Hedron, Icosa, Watsa. Like, I'm
Yeah.
gonna dabble in. I sacked for Pulse X and Pulse Chain, and I'm probably gonna get into. I'm definitely gonna buy some like liquid loans and fiat and play that game. But other than that, I'm not like, I think that's it. Like that's the freaking golden triangle of crypto right there.
I'm in the same place. I did the same, but I don't know. I try not to get too many expectations. That's just how I function.
Tucker, wait till you see $10 Icosa. Your mind's going to be melted. You're going to be like, oh, what do I buy? Oh.
Exactly. And then we're gonna have these pullbacks, and then you're gonna get fudded out of your position because you'll be like, oh no, what if that was the top? And I'm gonna sit back, I'm gonna be like, I'm not gonna sell shit until we get to like 1,000 on Icosa.
No.
Well,
You
the amount of
don't
Hedron
understand.
that
I'm
you're
in this for
earning,
the
you
long
won't
run.
have to.
I'm
You
in
won't
for
have
the
to
long
sell,
run.
Rich.
Good point.
Rich,
No,
you're gonna have fucking T shares like through Icosa that earn 100x times the Hedron that fucking staking Hex does. We're about to be Hedron whales, motherfucker.
a good point. Of all of this is it makes Hex more scarce. Especially imagine when everyone realizes, all the Hexicans, that like the best play now is to make Cuatro Cinco HSIs. And once everyone realizes that, oh shit, that's all I can say.
To get the most Hedron, right? To get the most Hedron out of those.
Right.
And
But then also be able to sell them to the contract, have a guaranteed buyer through the Icosa contract, let alone trying to sell them on OpenSea, So you'll always be able to sell them and get the value
that's a
out.
beautiful thing. Yeah.
Make
You'll
Hex
never have to
extreme
like emergency unstake, or never have to do that. You could always
never
sell it.
incur the EES penalties. Yep.
Yeah. That's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, that it's gonna make Hex so extremely scarce. It's gonna blow people's minds. And we know how liquidity pools work with scarcity in a bull run. So that's why I'm not real good at explaining all the details, but I understand all this shit. Like when Mike's going off on a rant, or Hexecutioners on like full detailed descriptions, like I'm understanding it. I'm following along 100%, and like I got it all. I can't spit it out. Like Mike and Hexecutioner and Nomad, but like I understand it, and I see the implications of it, and I'm like, yes, this is it. I'm gonna get rich as fuck.
We're going to siphon off money from all the dolphins and all the fucking sharks and the whales and from the other system, because they are going to have to move over here at some point if they want to preserve their T shares. Guys, hold your bags, stake, compound, do the math, make your own decisions. Try and watch the market as much as possible. Price of Hedron and price of Icosa, arbitrage price. Are we going to start seeing 30x minimum bid because the price of Hedron drops? All of these things fucking matter to a degree that I don't think anybody really is watching, except for the like people like Hexecutioner and Maxim and Rich, me. Like, if you take advantage here and this works out, we're about to take the other player's position. And they don't know it, because remember, they're going to have to give up their hex and shares to get into this side of the pool. I'm holding my hex now. I don't have to sell my hex. And if they give up their hex, my hex bag pumps for them coming over here. And they're pumping my bag in the Icosa pool. So they're making my pool stronger over there, and they're trying to dilute me over here. Oh, but guess what, idiot? You didn't come in here during the big payday.
About what you say with that Icosa, just getting, having that as being the biggest opportunity currently. And yeah, I'm a little bit heavily weighted in Hedron, so I just may make the move because Icosa's obviously pulled back more than Hedron.
Remember,
And
if Hedron
yield
does
is
a
better.
10x and Icosa goes down, you should have waited. That's why you want Hedron as well. So that's something to keep in mind.
Basically, what I'm saying is that I want to balance my positions, and I think that's how I would do it, is lessen the weight of my Hedron bag and increase my Icosa.
Yeah, I went heavier Hedron than Icosa, but
There's better opportunity now, but like those coins aren't staked. So that goes into the effect as well. But like you could buy more coins today and have more stake points without a penalty. There is a big opportunity in buying Icosa right now. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm looking and I'm like, all I know is I'm not selling the stuff that I have. But like I'm looking like riches, and I'm like, I do have a ton more Hedron. And like, I do have Hex Stakes making it and my Icosa's making it. It's like, like what happens here? If Hedron takes off first, then you are better off waiting. But like, what happens if Hex starts to go up? You're going to start seeing Icosa go up. And what happens if Hedron stays about the same? Well, that means there's more Hedron being burnt. We have to see what really happens here.
Means Icosa could be actually a much bigger play if it not only.
It could be.
Yeah, it could be the one that goes up because Hex could actually pump before Hedron. But of course, there's going to be some lag one way or another. But I think, in the medium term, it's price appreciation is going to be, I think, somewhat consistent across all three.
I do think Hedron could out appreciate everything, but I think staking Icosa is the maximum number go up. Oh, Rich, I have other information on compounding. We can talk about that later. Like, if you like ever make a play and you're like, yo, do you have any input or anything? I have a couple ideas on how to maximize yield. Like it's a little bit extra work, but there's no real risk in it. Like there's risk in terms of like gas fees, but like I was talking with some people and I brainstormed some things that were just like pretty mega brain. And it's like, it just depends on how much work you want to put into it.
awesome. You have me wondering already.
I shouldn't be giving out this information and just be like pulling us into like a small group, like you, me, Mango, and all the people who actually like me. But like, I want to see people win. I want to see everybody here win. I would love that. Wouldn't it be awesome if we all won? We all met up in Vegas, you know, during Hedron, Icosa Con. We all got that fucking, all the fucking cocaine and hookers. Oh, God, could you guys imagine how fun that would be?
Yeah, man.
Just to let you know, I was with the Hexicans, like when they went to Vegas and shit. You know, I had a fucking nice little fat run up, like, you know, my bag like 5x to 10x. It was like, yay, I'm joining with everybody else, and it's like, holy shit, I had less gains than everybody here. Remember, they rented a tank and ran over a car during the fucking Vegas meetup. So, like, they were doing some pretty silly things.
That'll be fun to celebrate. I'm already celebrating, actually.
Yeah, me too.
Nothing's written in stone, but I mean, I've looked at it all. I've spent so much time in crypto, and part of that time outside of the hex sphere, and it's given me really great perspective because I should have been a day one Hexican, and I wasn't, and I got fudded out of Richard's antics right before he launched. But yeah, that was like a super huge mistake. I was still successful in other projects, but you know, it gave me, what I'm saying is that it gave me a really balanced perspective as to what kind of not to do, you know, which is almost as important as what to do. So I'm coming from like being involved in in a lot of the promise coins that did actually really well, but not in comparison to Hex, like nothing that I was even close to a 2,400x. And I pretty much called the last bottom of the market. Like I was throwing everything that I possibly could in when Bitcoin hit 3,000.
Yeah, I bought Ethereum around like $200 and everything, and started going in during that time. Never, Richard did say like there is a chance that like Hex correlates again and just does Hex things, like whatever that means. But you know, Hex things sounds pretty interesting.
Yeah, all signs. Like if I had one of those fucking 8-balls, you know, back, I don't know how old you are. I'm older than you, but like there's the 8-balls where you shake it up and then it's like it tells your fortune or some shit. And like if I was shaking that up right now and it popped up, it would be like all signs point to yes, which is basically like, okay, it's not guaranteed, but the highest probability in the space, and we found it.
Let's take over the world.
Oh, we will. You know, we'll give back and then we'll slowly disappear into the ether as new Hexicans come up and take the torch.
I do think this community, though, is more tightly knit than perhaps other ones that I've seen. They're just
Fuck yeah.
kind of, they're silly.
No, but the YouTuber man said we a cult. The YouTuber man said we cult. We not tightly knit.
No, I love the XRP army.
My XRP is going to the moon. You guys just don't know. They're the banking coin, dude. They're the banking coin with no with deals with any banks. Don't you get it? They're the banking coin.
Bitcoin's better. Bitcoin's better because, yeah, oh, it's not a mutable code. Oh, you don't know where the founder is? Oh, there's negative externalities.
I'm telling you, man, all these haters making all these videos, it gives you some FUD. I got fudded out of the AA. Guys, okay, so I got fudded out of AA, all right, the adoption amplifier, because of crypto daily, well, altcoin daily fucking dumb fuck who didn't make life-changing wealth in crypto, who wants to make YouTube videos. He's like, oh, Richard Hart's flushing Ethereum. And it's like, no, dude, he's just breaking the chain a little bit. Like, dude, I want everyone to know what I'm doing with my money. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Like, and then I got kind of fudded out, but like, I just got so busy with life because I bought a house. And so I like left crypto, but I was like, oh yeah, Richard Hart Hex. I was like, wonder how all that turned out. And then I just see like how the community's grown and the price. I could have bought Hex at such a gnarly price. Like, dude, I could have bought like with $500, I could have bought 5 million Hex. Like, I got completely fudded out, bro. I'm so fucking retarded. I didn't like, oh, I heard, no, what it was is like, I was going to claim my free Hex. But like they said that, oh, if you claim your Hex, you're going to get your wallet stolen. Looking back 3 years from then, no one lost their money. And it's like all these guys make these FUD videos. Do you know what's awesome? They have to eat their words soon because they just called it a scam, and now Hex is going up. Now everybody has Hex on their mind. Yeah. Everybody's hating. But guess what? When it goes up, they're going to hate it more. It's going to be more controversial.
I had a referral link that I gave to a friend that had like ridiculous amount of Bitcoin that they claimed. And I think just my referral link alone, if I would have, like, I sent it to them, but for some reason, same kind of thing, like got busy or got sidetracked with other cryptos or some shit. Like for some fucking reason, I didn't do it. It was probably related to me getting fudded out of Hex, but just that alone would have been like, at 50 cents, it would have been like 250 grand or some crazy shit, bro. Like shit, they had a ton of Bitcoin.
Yeah, but you guys got smart, real smart.
That's just it. There's like, you know, all the people that are successful, like very rarely do people make it on the first go. You know, some people got lucky with Hex in the beginning, or maybe they just paid attention and they fucking figured shit out back then. But yeah, it's never too late. Definitely never too late. In fact, Hex was created that way. So there is no such thing as being late. It's going to become very bullish if there's some sort of fiat on and off ramp that doesn't require centralized exchanges, which is, yeah, I'm super hopeful of that. I just see it as like, it's the perfect storm that's been created. And yeah, it's probably going to do better than even the most optimistic Hexagon.
Just to let you know, if you bought Hex today and the price stayed the same, it's still one of the best investments you could probably ever make. Like if Icosa stays at 60 cents forever, like, dude, you're making 500% yield right now. Like, bro. Do not sell your Icosa. You will regret it. Do not do it. Restake it. Compound it. Don't get diluted. Don't give up your position. This is the real end game.
What is that adoption amplifier you're talking about?
That's where you could transform Ethereum into Hex during the initial launch.
Like it was like a pre-sale of sorts, done in a Richard-esque way that makes it to where it's not a security. Fucking so smart.
Yeah, I think this whole ecosystem is just smart, man. It's complex, but freaking genius level creators.
You
Correct.
sound different. You get a new computer?
Oh, sorry. Wait, who?
It's the
I don't
sound
know
of
who.
Mike. It's Mike's ASMR pipe smoking and keyboard typing.
Listen, I'm trying to turn haters into buyers. Like, I just don't think that these guys want to buy Hex at 2.5 cents. That I'm trying my best to change their mind, but I think they're just like the type of people who'd rather buy at 25 cents or $1. I'm trying to change their mind and tell them, yo, dude, most things in crypto are admin key garbage. Like, and he was like, oh, I know so much about DeFi and you don't. And I like was telling him, I was like, yeah, like Aave, I guess, is kind of cool. And some of these other things like Uniswap and stuff. I was like, but they're admin key garbage. And he's like, well, you obviously don't know anything because it's like Aave just got hacked. And it's like, I said Aave was kind of cool. I didn't say I would put my money in it. And it's like, you could have a cool idea, but that doesn't mean it's investable. Like another fucking DeFi protocol, guys, another one fucking hacked. Wow, is anybody else seeing this? Like every time, like, you have Eric Voorhees coming out being like, Aave's awesome, guys. Aave's awesome. Exploited, rug pulled. Everybody just lost their money. You know what? Price is down in Hex, but at least we ain't seeing that.
When did this happen with Aave?
The guy who I'm texting said it happened a couple weeks ago.
I missed it.
I don't care because it's all garbage. Like, so when I looked at DeFi, DeFi is just so crazy what you can do, taking out loans on your stuff in a decentralized manner. But like, it's all like, but once you get deeper and deeper and you find Richard Hart and you're like, well, like, why are so many DeFis getting hacked? And then Richard Hart's the one guy being like, admin key garbage. And it just keeps happening, bro. It's just everywhere. And people still keep putting their fucking money in it. Like, bro, everything around us has just fallen over. Everybody's got bandages and stitches. Fucking all. If you invested in Luna, you lost both your arms and both your legs.
Well, the crazy
lost.
thing. No, I was just gonna point out most people don't even know 1% of the exchanges that have collapsed recently, because there was over. I mean, and it was over 150 exchanges that filed for bankruptcy recently. So, and I know that number's got to be higher now. That was about 2 weeks ago.
Jeez.
There is blood across the streets. Do you remember how Richard used to go around being like, bring your heroes to die? And some people were like, oh, I don't like that and stuff. No, like he slaughtered all of them and was 100% right. And then just everybody just like, they're beat up. Like, unless you held Bitcoin, Ethereum, or Hex, you feel beat the fuck up right now. We won.
What was the name of?
We won.
I was going to say,
That's
what was
all
the name of
there
that
is to
reporter? That reporter that he wrecked. Was it a reporter or the trader that he made the bet with? I forget. Eric Wall. Yeah,
I don't know
Eric
if it was
Wall.
with Eric Wall.
I'm pretty sure it was. He made a bet. He did a bet that Bitcoin was going to be at about, I think it was like around $10,000 or so. But
Oh,
anyways, he's
that
still
video. I don't think the guy took the bet, even though the bet was 5x in his own favor, because it was bet on the price of a Bitcoin, and if Richard was wrong, it went to the higher prices. But that guy backed out. He was too much of
yeah.
a pussy, even though he had a 5 times that upside.
But do you know the funny part about the bet? Do you remember what exchange they settled on?
But did go through? Oh, I didn't know that.
What exchange that they settled that they were?
Which one was
Well, I don't know. It was FTX.
Oh,
I mean, the irony of that. So I guess that nullifies the bet. Neither one can pay each
What
other.
bet are you talking about?
Oh, Richard Hart, one of the exchanges he had with, I think it was Eric Wall. I'm pretty sure it was, where he just wrecked him. Was it a year and a half ago? Year and a half ago? It just completely decimated the guy. Anyways, they did a side bet where they were going to decide. Richard Hart was basically betting that Bitcoin was going to do drop down to about 10,000 or so. I don't remember the exact number, but it was around $10,000 of Bitcoin. And so Eric was like, no, it's not even going to be close to that. So, but the exchange that they agreed on. So Watson got saying that they never fully went through with the bet, but the exchange that they were talking about using was FTX, which I thought was hilarious. But in spite of that, Eric Wall is still talking smack about Hex, but he doesn't realize
he is
that
a Hex holder. He's paid opposition. I'm telling you, like, he likes Hex somewhere deep down. He has a Hex stake. He has shares. He is just so fucking funny. I love Eric Wall. Eric Wall's fucking hilarious.
Wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me. But I'll be honest with you. He's a reason I got in. He's him, and there's another guy that was a reporter that got just completely savaged by Richard. I forget the other guy's name. Those two interviews were the ones that that convinced me. Yeah, I got to jump into this. So, as much as they criticize it, it doesn't matter. They did more to encourage people to get into Hex than a lot of YouTubers that are promoting Hex.
I love Eric Wall's post. All right, we're RG3. I have a little issue with RG3. All right, so RG3's up there. He's like, "Arr, pirates," and being the dumb schmuck that I think he is, and he's like, and this was during the interview and whatever. And then Eric Wall's like, "How was this not a bigger scam than FTX? How was FTX the big scam and this wasn't? Like, there's no world that you live in where this happens."
Which is basically a compliment, though.
Yeah, it's a compliment. And even like when you watch enough of everything like I do, I've rewatched a lot of Richard's streams. Every word is very important, and catching little pieces of information like give you a different perspective than other people. The way that Eric ended the interview, and he just like shakes his head a bit, and he's like, "What you do is amazing, and I can't wait to see what happens." Because his points against Hex are relatively reasonable, but like, I know deep down that he likes Hex. He is a Hexican. Like, he's buying and holding and whatnot. Like, he might not put a lot in, and he was just more curious. He's like, okay, this is too interesting to not just like have a little bit in. But like, he's an Ethereum guy. He did a conference recently where he was speaking with the community based on like censorship resistance, with like compliance with like the SEC. Like, he's spoken at those conferences. Like, he's a relatively big player among the intellectuals, and it's like he can't just go full mind blown like Hex. He's like he's our best cheerleader. When he said "Hey, I'm gonna stop shit posting Hex," I was like, "No, Baraka, no, don't leave. We need you."
Yeah, I do get the impression he doesn't hate Hex as much as he pretends to hate it. I did get that vibe from him the last time they talked with Richard.
With Mike, I believe that he's inside opposition. I won't say paid opposition, but I'll say
Inside.
he's
Sorry, inside. He's not getting
yeah.
paid. He's
Yeah.
like he's getting popular because he hates on Hex. Just to let you guys know, he's getting popular because he hates on Hex publicly, but he's willing to have a conversation with Richard. That pumps his own, like that makes his Twitter more valuable. And like a lot of these guys, Richard, all of them, like or Elon Musk, anybody on myself, you want to get a following, man. You want to you want people to listen to the good information, the good shit.
Did you just compare yourself to Elon Musk?
No, I'm not saying like I'm an intellectual like that, but why are so many people like people sometimes take that view because they want to get popular on Twitter, whether you're Elon Musk or somebody like me.
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. You're like Elon Musk. That's cool. That's cool. We get it. We get it.
I love how Eric goes and prances and spends all his time talking about Hex and Richard and stuff like that, and all the Hexicans going, "Grr, Eric Walt, grr!" It's fucking awesome. It's great drama.
Well, he did say he's friends with Richard Hart. And he tries to censor it. I guess not censor himself. Tries to not go after Richard as much as since he is friends with him supposedly.
All right, I got something for all you boys, all you flat earthers and conspiracy theorists out there. You see Eric Wall speaking at these Ethereum conferences and everything, and sometimes like people are always trying to mislead you. What's happening with the right hand? I don't care what's happening with the right hand. What are you doing over there with your left hand? Eric Wall is the God whale. You're welcome.
No,
He's a God whale?
that's possible. That's possible, though. It actually is.
You actually don't understand that some of these guys are like they bought and held Ethereum for a long time. Like we don't like. I know. Like,
Executioner is one of the daughter addresses.
Actually, no. The real conspiracy. I'm Richard Hart.
What?
With a voice changer. Yeah.
No, that's
it's
funny.
true, boys.
I figured. Yeah, that's cool, man. Glad to be your friend.
I got you, man. That's why I told you I'll help you compound your Icosa. I want what's best for you.
Yeah, DM me. That'd be awesome. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah. So anybody after the year of hyperinflation, you're going to have a lot of accumulated Hedron from your Icosa stake. I'm getting the Hex vet, baby. I got neighbors who I got a fucking flex in front of, all right? I know what our condos cost, and I know what a vet costs. I have to make sure I get it. What else is everyone getting?
I want to get a Range Rover.
My man.
Get a 2017 6.7 Ford diesel, 4-door, long bed, none of this short bed shit. And I'm gonna delete it and take off the def. B5s on it, a nice 4-inch lift. Nothing too crazy.
Go to your friends. Go and be like, yo, dollar cost average through the bottom. Do what you can to change a couple people's lives, guys. I remember at one point when I was in the early Hex chat, like Richard was like, he basically hinted, be like, yo, if you had anybody who doesn't own Hex yet, and he was like, maybe you should go get them now. This seems like a pretty good time. Hex looks like it might you know, if it breaks through this resistance here, like we could see new all-time highs. And he said that in the Telegram group, and I was there, and I was like, what? And I got as many people in as I could. Let me tell you, a lot of them look at Hex a lot differently now. Go get your buddies to get some Hex, some Icosa, and stake it. I don't know, like maybe Hedron's the play, but I think getting them to, like my buddy who's going in, he said he's going to put $2,000 into Hex and $2,000 into Icosa. And I was like, ooh, do you get Hedron? Like that could be the play, but like I'm starting to think like, yeah, $2,000 Hex, $2,000 fucking Icosa, stake and compound. We're talking about some interesting dynamics. Buy the two assets that yield Hedron, then buying the Hedron. Let all the people doing the auctions buy the Hedron. Sending buy pressure to Icosa helps everybody.
When you talk about the inflation, are you talking about Icosa or are you talking about the economy?
Icosa, I was talking about like the inflation of Hedron only comes from two sources: Hex, staking Hex, and staking Icosa. So buying the main assets that should appreciate the fastest and then earn for free the thing that you also kind of want to buy is like a really good way. And then you could just kind of like stake it and forget it, other than compounding and stuff.
Yeah. No,
like,
before you said that you were talking about hyperinflation, you're talking about hyperinflation in Icosa.
The hyperinflation of Icosa. Like, correct. Because the seeded liquidity kind of makes it to where it's like hyperinflated. Like, I don't mean it. Bitcoin hyperinflated at 50 Bitcoin per 10-minute block. And then it tapered off. That's what I mean. Like, right now, this is our chance to get all the coins, dude.
I see what you're saying. So you're thinking at the end of the year, once the seeded liquidity is over, we're going to see some major price appreciation?
In terms of token appreciation,
you can't. He can't say anything honestly like that. So anything talking about price, just don't even bother, dude.
No, I mean it's all speculation. I understand. I mean, to me,
I think your number will be higher whether the price is up or down from here, because you're earning so many coins. But like after the end of the seeded liquidity, it makes sense to why you would see, because the pools, instead of getting the 40,000 Icosa a day or whatever the number is, it's going to get dropped by 90%. So, like, you should, in theory, see it, but like if it doesn't, you've still accumulated all the T points and the M points and the stake points in the pool. Mm-hmm. At this point, it's about accumulating as many stake points as you can. It's really all about stake points.
Talk about price. Fucking Hex is gonna go to $50. Icosa is gonna go to 1,500, and I'll call Penny on Hedron.
If Hedron goes to a penny, that would be insane. I still don't see it. I have a hard time wrapping my head around that.
Remember, because a certain amount of dollars gets you a certain amount of Hedron, and then you sell it to the contract, get a certain amount of Icosa, sell that on the market, and then rebuy the Hedron, and then you have more US dollars. Over time, like that same trade will be, instead of 20x overbid with, so like a billion Hedron being $2,000, and then selling it and doing that trade and everything like that. In the future, like $2,000 will just be with a smaller amount of Hedron. So those types of things are possible because people want to constantly arb the price to accumulate a whole bunch of Hedron. And if not, they're treating it in dollar terms, and it doesn't matter if it's all like proportional kind of thing. Like these kinds of things are actually kind of possible. Like a penny, that might be next bull cycle, but like it could be this bull cycle.
There we go. See, now we're talking.
A penny per hedron. Go look at your Icosa stake right now, and go calculate your hedron yield at do a tenth of a penny. Do a 100th of a penny. Go tell me what your monthly yield is. Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, I've done the numbers with like 100th of a penny. And that's still a good chunk of change.
For doing nothing. For doing nothing but not selling. For doing nothing but not selling. Think about it. Oh, Rich, go to hex.vision later. Go to hexdailystats.com later and go look at the payout per T share, and then go look at the future inflation of Hex. The chart's always changing because people can emergency end stake and all these other factors. But after the next couple months, you're going to start seeing, like, it's a ghost town, bro. A lot of these big stakers, they cashed out. Like, the payout per T share is going up, boys. We're locking more Hex up for longer, and the payouts are still going up. The big guys, they broke their big payday stakes. They broke their big payday stakes.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing after 10 years too. It's like the 11th year, 12th, and 13th year are like literally complete ghost town.
Dude, this is like lining up for the best FUD event of all time. SEC FUD. Now, Richard's not fucking on YouTube. You see fucking all these other things that are happening on the surface. And if you don't dig deep enough, you're going to be bearish. Like, and now all the inflation, the biggest amount of inflation that has come out in like a year and a half is coming out this month or next month or something. Richard talked about like things like that. Like, just because a ton of inflation's coming out doesn't mean the price is going to dump. It could, but like, what happens if it's a bait? What happens if that guy buys Hex and then stakes it even longer and then takes up all the shares? So many people have cashed out. What if this guy comes in here and then it's a big payday bonus? So like, what if that was a big payday stake and that's why the guy didn't break it? Remember, if you break a big payday stake, you lose everything. Like, big payday stakes are a lot different than regular native stakes, if you guys didn't know. And you can't emergency end stake a big payday. But that guy is made like, so he's accumulating Hex, and now the biggest guy's coming out, and now the price is at all-time lows. If he wants to maintain his share rate with like a big payday bonus, he's going to have to wait to the end of the stake and then add some principal to it. He could lock it up for 15 years, man. What do you think is going to happen if that happens? And then all of a sudden you look at the chart, there's no
Mike, you don't lose everything when you unstake a big payday. All you do is lose your big payday bonus.
But that's what I'm not saying you lose everything, but you lose all the big payday bonus.
I know, but those are the words coming out of your mouth.
Okay. But yeah, you lose all the big payday bonus. Like, you take massive penalties on a big payday for ending it early. It is lining up to being so much FUD. I can't even take the amount of FUD. At this point, there's so much FUD out there that I'm like cracking up. I'm like, all right, now you're trying a little bit too hard on me. All right.
Well, I had to take a personal day.
You're taking a personal day?
I did because of the FUD. I went and took a long walk at the park and cried myself to sleep behind a tree.
Although a lot of people are hurting, and yeah, they're going to be they're going to be looking for answers. So we got to help them out.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't know. Maybe it's my mindset, but like, I just want to plow through stuff like this. So, like, instead of just wallowing, you know, it helps to stay busy, with whatever it is, whether it's your
Exactly.
personal life or work out. I'm working on more. I mean, I'm pretty much all in. I've dumped so much money into this market, but I mean, so far I've been doing pretty good. So, but I'm focusing on getting in better shape, stuff like that. For us guys like Mike, maybe it's hooking up with more chicks. I don't know, whatever. Right, Mike?
Does anyone have a hookup for drugs? I'm asking for a friend.
Yeah, it seems like your friend asks a lot.
This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a bunch of mushrooms and then I'm going to come into the chat and talk to y'all and just spit alpha like it ain't no thing.
I'll start talking like unicorns. Get up there, get up.
What'd you say, Mango?
I said I'll start talking and try to trip you out like rip, 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 rip. Sound like I'm like rewounded. My voice is rewinding.
You won't be able to trip me out, bro. But that's funny.
I remember the first time when I was tripping really hard, I did like almost like a quarter ounce, and I was decided to ride my bike around. Oh, Jesus Christ! Holy shit! I almost fucking knocked over this
I
pallet.
pretty much just become like a child again, basically. But also like an extremely intelligent version of myself, as like taking all the knowledge back to myself as a child. That's basically how I describe my experiences. But yeah, I think it would help me. It would help me unlock the code. I'll come in here and start yelling at everyone like Mike.
I was fucking just had a bad accident. Yeah, I was gonna say, the first time I was like tripping out hard, riding my bike around the neighborhood, and I drove past this like group of, and I was already in cartoon land. Like everything was all, I was already super pastel, and water flowing through everything. And I drove past this group of guys that were talking, and it was all like skipping and distorted, and like sounded like their voices were rewinding. It was hilarious. I loved it.
I spent a lot of time in nature, pretty much like I think all my mushroom trips have been out just like by myself in nature or with a close friend or friends. But um yeah, I love just coming to conclusions and figuring shit out while the veil is lifted, you know? It's really cool. So many moments of like the aha moment, you know, where you're just like, whoa, like I get it. And then it's like it fuels me to like go to the next thing. And then I'm basically just like a kid, like a little bit ADHD for sure. So I'm warning you. But no, I was just fucking with you, Mike. I like it when you yell at all of us.
Yeah, I've never done mushrooms, but sounds like something That'd be cool to take a bunch of mushrooms and watch Hellraiser
Oh God.
in 3D.
I want to start experimenting with other types of mushrooms as like an adjunct to the psilocybin. So I have one in particular called the lion's mane that supposedly helps repair like the myelin sheath in your brain. So it'll help like it'll help synapses that have been like latent, like refire and get the electricity flowing again. I think the psilocybe will be a bit of a potentiator, so it'll make that aspect of other mushrooms even more powerful. I think you could do that with like cordyceps and shiitake and all the different mushrooms. Like cordyceps are super good
God,
for like workout and just like I don't know actually like how it helps you, but it's like somewhat of a natural steroid, I think.
Are you aware of any like actual reputable like mushroom like capsule distributors like that are actually like good?
Yeah, absolutely. I would definitely highly recommend. I do highly recommend all of Paul Stament's stuff. He's the man who wrote the book How Mushrooms Can Save the World, which is basically
Oh
like
yeah. He's amazing. Yeah.
yeah, you've heard of that one. Okay, so his stuff is definitely good. I think also you can look into ones to getting mushroom products that are actually the fruiting bodies. I think that's where you'll get more of the, I think they're called polysaccharides, but like the potency will be higher if it's not like the mycelium dried and powdered, or even like the substrate with the mycelium. I think that's kind of the common way of doing it, which isn't actually the fruiting body of the mushroom. And I think if you can get like 100% pure fruiting bodies, that's where you're gonna find the most potency.
Does he sell straight like does he sell supplements like straight from his probably his like main website or does he have like a separate company?
From his main website, one of his best sellers is Stamets 7. It's like the 7 top mushrooms, and it's a blend of all 7. Yeah.
Okay.
All herbs though, like can impart healing qualities on us, and I think it's really good to definitely play around with all sorts of herbs. I take ashwagandha on the regular. That's a really good one. Um, trying to think of some others. Maca powder I also take. Those are my 2 main herbs that I take, aside from kratom. Yeah, just trying to be the best version of myself that I possibly can be, and that's definitely why I'm here. Like I realize freedom is paramount. Like financial freedom is paramount to being for me personally to feel like I'm succeeding in life. So yeah, it wasn't so much of a focus of mine when I was younger, but now it is, and definitely making strides.
Well, financial freedom is paramount. I mean, what good is having freedom of speech if you're broke?
Yeah, exactly. And most people are because the system is fucked up. It's totally unfair. And Hex is the most fair money that's ever been created. And everything is going to branch off of that. The new the new cryptos. I should say crypto 2.0.
And another thing that I want to add here, like this next meta deep layer, people like Rich and Mango, I know they got it. But for all the rest of you guys, why is this the best system? Rich, you talk about it being fair, and that's very true, and that is important. But you know what's even, like, I guess the argument of fair goes into what I'm saying. This is a system of like checks and balances. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like everything like is like 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 a puzzle. Like each piece fits in just perfectly with
Yep.
each other. When you send an HSI to the contract or you take a loan out on it, it's checks and balances. Eventually, that Hedron that is borrowed will get paid, or the asset gets taken out of the market. Like, does that make sense, guys? Like, we like the Aave
It's a
system. I
whole
just was talking to my
financial.
buddy. Oh, sorry.
To add to what you said, which is it's a whole financial ecosystem that's like self-balancing,
Yeah.
and self-perpetuating as well. Like it's literally like what is it? Rocket fuel. What's your
Well, I think I know where you're going with this. Between Hedron, Icosa, and what was the other one? Hedron, Icosa, and Hex. Between those three, it's like a giant financial circle jerk.
Well, like you remember, crypto was invented after the 2008 crash, where banks were over leveraged from Democrats who changed the law saying banks could be more risky with the deregulation of the banks. And then the collapse happened. I was there, and I remember walking job to job and just like looking and be like, dude, do you have any work? And they're like, dude, we just let go of 20% of our workforce. And like the chaos that came from it and everything like that.
Yeah, I forget
And
the name of the law. It was a Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton
yeah.
canceled the law. I forget the name of it. Glass-Steagall.
Yeah. And what
And,
the reason the system was is because they all had like tied liquidity to, like, not tied liquidity, they had tied loans, like what happened in the crash of FTX. And now we're seeing other entities crash. That CFI doesn't solve that. There's no actual checks and balances. If you have checks and balances, like you want checks and balances in government, right? They're like, that's how the system works. Well, our banking system used to have checks and balances. It has lost that way because of human beings. The only way for us to get back to a checks and balances system is for us to use a checks and balances system that can never be changed for the benefit of others.
yeah, I agree.
Like, this was the reason Bitcoin came into existence. Like, they talk about this in the white paper. Like, Satoshi has spoken on this so many times, but Bitcoin doesn't solve that problem.
This is
You can't
everything
do shit with it.
Bitcoin wishes it was. Sorry to interrupt your flow, Mike.
No.
No,
Like,
please.
you're right,
please.
though. You're right. I'm sorry, Mango. I know I've been driving you a little crazy lately. I'm sorry, brother.
No, you're not driving me crazy. It's like when you go on your long-winded rants, you don't hear anyone when they're trying to throw a 2 cents in, so you just keep speaking.
Yeah, it's the nature of Telegram, especially when we're constantly
Yeah.
trying to actually be polite with our microphones.
Yeah. It is. It's a huge downfall to this whole audio thing. Not even just here, even like on stream on YouTube and Twitter and etc.
It's like
All
we
I'm
need
gonna tell
an
you
update
is
to
that
where we can
the
all have our
iceberg is
microphones
deep.
open, and maybe at the same time, and then
So I got a question.
potentially solve that.
You can do what do you call that? What's the other one? The not the market order, the opposite of a market order. Shoot, god damn it.
Limit order.
Thank you. Limit order on Uniswap.
No, not on Uniswap. No. On matcha.xyz, or on 1inch, and
But
somewhere else. You can use CalSwap as well.
Matcha doesn't have Icosa, does it?
Well, it's just it's just an aggregator. You'll just have to take the contract address and put it in there, and it'll come up.
Okay, I can do that from CoinGecko, right?
Yeah, wherever the Icosa contract address is. Yeah, just triple check.
I like the best place to get the Icosa contract is actually click on the Icosa GIF in the Icosa.pro app. So like at the top, it shows you the Icosa, and then it has the little picture. If you click on the picture, then it usually adds it.
Interesting. And I also go to token details in your wallet. You go to token details in your wallet, and you can see the contract address from there.
Oh, I see. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, I wanna. I saw that. Say again.
David Feeder, he said in his testimonial, he's like, they don't get it. They just don't understand. And he just like kind of smirks. And it's just like, dude, that's what I'm thinking now. They just don't get it. Just don't understand. Number go up.
Much of David recently. Fucking microphone won't turn off. Sorry.
Exit the room.
Oh yeah, and then on top of it, like Watsas are like a stock of like the HSI auctions. Assuming people like degenerate gambling, where you could, in a decentralized and trustless manner, be able to instantly turn $100 into $102 for just a few pennies. Like now Watsas, like there's gonna be people like, whoa, oh, I love these auctions, bro. These are fun. Wait, Watsas? So you're saying it's like a stock of the HSIs? Dude, in the future, we don't know what's going to happen. Only I think it's 0.78% of all existing T shares are in the Icosa contract. If there's a future where there is 2% of the shares and the current amount of shares stays at the same rate, that means that the yearly yield in Hedron from the Icosa pool could even go higher. I see a world where with Pulse Chain, like I still like Pulse Chain. If everybody like doesn't get that, like Pulse Chain is needed here. We need Pulse Chain. We don't need it now though. Okay, we don't need it now. Just let's get some more hyperinflation while everybody doesn't know what's going on, and before all the auctions start taking off. Let us get the yield first, dude, and then we can launch Pulse Chain. Right? Like, oh, guys, like my head's racing. like, dude, like this is going to be so fucking popular. Like, instantly turning $100 into $200. That's what fucking trading is. Like, you could even create a bot that goes and uses PulseX. Oh yeah, and then remember, PulseX is now involved here. So this is actually really bullish for PulseX too, for people who thought like it was going to dump. So imagine a world where you create a bot and like or like you can create a program to where like it like has a feed to like the PulseX price and stuff like that, and then like it'll place bids and shit like that, and then as soon as you get the win the bid, it instantly sells everything, and you go through, and it's like it's almost like guaranteed you don't lose money. But like you do the bidding yourself, and then if you win it, it clicks the bot, and then it instantly sells it on to PulseX, and then does a swap. Does a swap on PulseX, and the person either gets USDC or Ethereum. Remember that's for PulseX too. So like all of this is like interconnected. And if we see a system, could you imagine if 5% of the shares were in there? Just like everybody's buying these shares and stuff. And like, could you imagine a world like instead of 5,000 stakes, we have 20,000 stakes? The amount of Icosa that you can get from the system, it's going to be way, way, way lower. So that's okay. But the amount of Hedron is going, it has a chance to go insanely higher. Those numbers of me telling you like, yo, my stakes today are making this percentage average. It was like 27 to 36 times more Hedron dollar for dollar compared to the Hex. At today's prices, the price is going a little lower. And it's like, dude, that means the upside is just getting that much more insane. We could be talking 300 or 400 times more, depending on how many people suck up the pool. And remember, those 10x bonuses are going to be expiring. You can't maintain it. Like you, as soon as you end stake, unless you do a 15-year, you're not going to keep those same kind of shares. I like the way Alex framed it. Icosa is a dual yield staking protocol. And now you don't have to be in for 15 years if you don't want to be. Now you can kind of play with Icosa and stuff like that and start, like, it almost builds confidence in people. Imagine a world where like 5% of all T shares in existence are in there, and it's more than like the total shares that are in there today. Like imagine if the total number of shares always stayed the same up until that point. I want you to imagine a world where your Icosa is earning you 200 times more Hedron than traditional staking Hex. Some of those motherfuckers are minting 1 billion Hedron a day. Could you imagine minting like at today's prices, could you imagine minting $4,000 a day? Can anybody here fathom that?
Can.
Yes, I can. It's a lot of ammo. It's a lot of guns.
Like, what do you do? What do you do with 4,000 a day?
Hookers a blow.
Change the
Hookers
world.
There is no change in the world. Whoever said that, we're doomed. Humanity is doomed. Buy guns, body armor.
And so here's the mega brain play for the people who
Mango,
never sell.
I should say, not changing the world, changing your world. Yeah.
There you go. I'll accept that.
Like, and just to let you know, if you never sell your Icosa, for those guys who decide to do that, like as everybody starts selling their Icosa, price go up, price go down, and all these crazy things, like you just get a bigger portion of the pool of that with the highest Hedron. So like 5 years from now, we could look back and be like it could be mind melting type of numbers, like 500 times compared to like the price of like staking hex today, and then doing a like Quattro Cinco and just earning Hedron from the hex pool. And eventually the markets will get more liquid. Like I saw some motherfuckers cash out fucking $3 million of hex, and it dipped, but it went right back. Like, you know, and like, could you imagine starting to make $10,000 a day? And your number's still going up. So your like daily yield is going up, but also your main principal is still like way higher. And because you never sold. Like you only sold your Hedron from your lowest bet.
Yeah. If we get to that point, if we get to a point to where, we'll just say Icosa is making insane returns, best believe if the OA can do something to squelch the shine out of Icosa in order to bring back light towards hex, the OA will do that. Just like the OA did when there was a lot of trading going from hex into Hedron. The OA minted all of its coins and put up that sell wall. So it will do something. It will do something to hamper the progression of Icosa. Mark my words.
I
Basically,
think
it's
that it is. I think
so
it's
basically
advantageous.
it's like it's a runaway train safety brake.
So I think that now that I look at the system war, because like I saw the Godwell go into, you know, the Hedron pool, and you know he's his own entity. He might go into the Icosa pool. That's fine. We're actually diluting him right now. He doesn't know that, but like, or maybe he just doesn't want to put more money in the market. Whatever. But like. I understand, but it's very advantageous to just let this pool be very lucrative in terms of Hedron, just in terms of Hedron, because in the end, like Hex does get bought off the market and wrapped for 15 years through that arbitrage. And now we don't have to sell our Hex.
You're right. Good point.
Like I was wondering, like I'm like, why isn't Godwell here? I made the call. I was like, he should be coming in here. Shouldn't he be taking up the pool? And it's like, no, they want like guys like us. Because if you're in at this point, you probably own some staked Hex. But you are now starting to see everybody else like leaving the system. Look, the payout per T share is going up. Like now we can just go live off our Hedron and Icosa. Like good, make this pool as competitive as possible, because the main branding is still Hex. Remember, when you go to an HSI buyback, it is still 110% all about Hex. Really about shares. It's always been about shares, but you know, you see that the number of Hex that was staked. They want to leave this pool to be super crazy lucrative, because like all the people who are going to dump in the first year, and then all the people like us who see this opportunity, we're just going to keep trying to build our Icosa up, because they're going to leave us alone. They're going to be like, oh, you're in Icosa? Well, that incentivizes you not to sell your Hex, because you've made it this far to only like selling your interest of your interest. You're selling your lowest layer of interest. So we're moving up the pool. So all of us thinking this, we're all like thinking about growing our pool size and doing that. But you also have to realize, if you want to grow your pool size, you need to not sell your Hex. If you're at the mindset that this is the best pool for right now, I'm going to go in here. I'm not going to sell my Icosa. I'm only going to sell my Hedron and grow my position and all of these things. Like, you're holding up the price of Hex. They want this to be competitive. Or they want, or lucrative.
Investor,
I'm
you
sorry.
got your
They
microphone
want
on.
this to be lucrative.
Saying cocky investor, I think you got your mic on, bro.
Oh,
You're
sorry.
like a bunch of shuffling. No worries.
But they could change their mind and like, but like, you know, it just goes back to like, why doesn't Richard talk about Hedron and Icosa? People like me are insane. I watch every fucking thing. Me and my buddy would go through every video and be like, what did he say here? How do you interpret it? Do you think he means this by that? And like, we really went deep. He gave the tip of the hat. If you were watching at the PulseCon conference, which is a big event in terms of Hex, because so many Hexicans staked for PulseCon, it was just like, hey guys, everything hot, tip of the hat to Hedron Icosa, and it was a tip of the hat to Hex, because it's like, look at all the derivatives that are building on top of Hex. They're pretty cool. All right, like now we don't, because we are this far in the game, selling your Hex is kind of stupid. Let all the whales and let all the sharks and dolphins sell their Hex. They're dumpers. We all fucking know that. We have a chance to take over the pools by being in Icosa now. They want this to be lucrative for us. I think they could dilute us a little bit at some point. Godwale could stake his Icosa. Go do whatever you want. But guess what? They didn't compound when we did. And what if half the coins are already staked by like a benevolent entity? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how much, like, between all the sharks and dolphin wallets, like how many of them are actually like people in the Telegram and all of these things. Like, they might, like, the pool, like they might have already taken part of the pool, but it's still so small because it's all a percentage based thing. It's a percentage based thing. And with compounding and stuff, like they might already be here. They might already be here and have their like portion that they want. And they're like, have fun, boys. Remember, if you don't sell your Hex, you get to have more Hex and you're going to have a bigger portion of Icosa.
Are you guys seeing some panic sales for Icosa? I want to buy some more.
Dollar cost average. Dollar cost average.
So here's what I'm thinking, Mike. I'm thinking if we see a massive drop in price, I go in, buy as much of it as I can, and you just sit on the sidelines. That way I get to shark before you do.
Dude, I'm telling you, I'm looking at my business. Dude, it's so bad garbage right now. But it's just like, do you know what I could do with like another $10,000? Like, dude, we could take over the pool. We could take over everything.
I'm praying my genetics deals comes through sooner rather than later for that reason.
By the way, if I'm fucking right, like you guys all better buy me shit. Because I mean, if I changed your mind and I was right, you guys gotta buy me stuff. My
What are you
dog Koga,
talking?
he loves squeaky
What are you
toys.
talking about? What are you talking about taking over the pool for $10,000?
So if I'm correct, like, you know, like look, Icosa's dropping and all these things and stuff.
Yeah.
But if you compound the best and you understand how this works, there's a lot of people who still think Icosa is a dump token, dude. Like
Yeah.
This is opportunity. You do know, like, over the next year, if you compound that Icosa, do you know what kind of percentage of the pool you can get if you were the first one to start doing it? Like,
Yeah.
and like, I only started off with 3,500. You and me are like kind of close. Like, it was like a little over $3,000. And it's like, holy shit, dude. Like, it just got cheaper. And remember, if you bought day one, you got wrecked. But if you kept buying on the way down, eventually it did bottom, and people accumulated the most amount of shares, and then they staked it all, and then they took the portion of the pool, and then the people that didn't sell, they kept their portion of the pool. I think that they are so incentive or benevolent. These big entities, they want us. They're just like, they're probably already in here. They're probably like, well, yeah, it's the smallest pool, but like, go ahead, boys.
Honestly, man, I think
you're not going to sell your hex.
Sorry, Mike, but I think they're so big, they don't even care about us. Honestly.
Yeah, they don't need to.
They see this pool as like, let them have that.
Yeah, they don't care. They genuinely don't care. Like this is because if you're this deep, you want to be a bigger hex holder. You want, at the end of the day, if you're this far in, dude, you want to buy them. Like, when you see those like 500,000 hex stakes for 15 years, like, you guys can't tell me that your mouth waters a little bit. And then you look at that minimum bid, and the minimum bid's like, what, 600 million? You're like, oh, dude, I have 600 million, but I got to wait. And it's like, and then you go deeper into the system. If you're this far in, you're trying to increase your hex position. If you take over the Icosa pool, your end goal was probably to get more hex in the first place.
I think we should strive to. I mean, I know your goals are pretty ambitious, but I mean, I think we should at least strive for it. Even if we don't reach it, we'll still accumulate quite a bit. Until something better comes up.
This is like, this is crazy, bro. Okay, so I'm just like thinking like, okay, I need to do some trading and get some more Icosa, and the pool, the minimum stake day right now, the most the most you can put in one wallet is 17 Icosa to keep it under the 30 days.
Yeah, it's insane. We were talking about it yesterday. It's just fucking, it's nuts.
Yeah, it's factor of 10, so 160 for 90-day stakes. Just to let you know, wink, wink, and anybody who wants to take a hint, I have reasonable belief that because of gas fees, 90 days are looking very intelligent to compound if you can compound it correctly.
That's like so much fucking work, though. I think it was 166 or 167 max Icosa for 90 days, which is fucking nothing. You have to make it. You have to make it.
Wait.
You have to make a day out of it.
Wait. So
holy smokes!
So are you saying that like that the 90-day play, is that what you said?
Yeah, max.
But why wouldn't you do the shorter days, the 30 days? You think the gas cost would be too much?
It's 16
so much work
for 30 days.
It's so much fucking work. How many wallets? How many wallets are you gonna make? You have to make you have to make
like this is
insane.
This is but it's worth it. If it's
not
worth
with gas fees.
Pulse
chain, yes. Pulse chain, yes. Ethereum, no. 16 Icosa right now is like $8. It would cost you $10.
It's $9.60. Yeah, sorry, $9.60.
It would like cost you $10 in gas at these current kind of rates. I did some tests. There could be better GUI prices, but like because of that factor, like 90 days are starting to look really good. But here's the issue. You need to start and end your 90 days at the correct times in order to maximize your yield. And at any point, the system is too dynamic. It could change. A bad decision today could be looked upon as a good system later. Because right now we're seeing 90-day flows of stakes. What happens if a big entity comes in and starts just feeding the system hex steaks at different times. Now, all of a sudden, all of your previous decisions were kind of for waste. So there's a lot of risk in these plays. Do you emergency end stake, take a penalty and get more shares now? Or do you wait and get the shares later with no penalty?
I think you fucking do both. I think that's the fucking way. That's how you win. So you have
I was
you have
thinking that too.
you have plays that encompass different theories. So I already have kind of like my larger Icosa stakes that aren't going to come out for a while, but like I don't have the really small ones, and I think it would be kind of fun to make that play and see what happens.
But 90 days between the three, or every 90 days right before the big auction days and doing 90, theoretically, if the system stays the same right as it is today and it just always is a recycling thing and it's always within that like month kind of thing, like that's the play. And you stake them in between there with 90-day stakes, which is like 167 Icosa, as Mango said.
79 right now. Did you choose that, Mike? You did all the math, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around this, like why 90 days is better than 30 days. I suppose because, like you say, if you time it right for the amount of the big paydays in yield, right?
Because
Is that why
gas
he says
fees
that?
on Ethereum suck dick, and you would be dropping so much gas per wallet where like it could be a good play, but for one, you have an insane amount of work and you have to spend an insane amount of gas. And then if your shit compounds, you might like get to the next tier of staking. So if you did 30-day stakes, like you could like end up like where the next when you finish it, it'll turn into a 90-day stake. Does that make sense?
Of course, that makes sense. Yeah, but you would just have to keep them broken down into small wallets, all
If
under
Pulse
30
Chain
days.
was here, like that would be the choice. But like just with that gas, that's a real risk. But it is theoretically the way better play. It is. As long as you earn more yield than the share rate went up, like yeah. Doing a little bit of everything though, like keeping one all the way through and then restaking, seeing how it works and kind of seeing it's like, would you rather get more T points with no penalty or would you rather like, what's the future share rate looking like? What's the price of Hedron? Dude, if Icosa goes up and Hedron stays the same, do you know how much more Hedron will be burnt in this auction? Way more. It's like, so now you're a little bit more incentivized to be staked for the second one because it was a bigger event.
Yeah, and I also think that like, okay, for people that all are on like the same unstaking day, like it might be advantageous to unstake a little bit early and incur those penalties, just so you can compound before and capture all of that yield that's going to come when everyone else does, waits their full term.
It's really it'll really depend like where you are in that stake though, because like you can test out and see how much you'll be penalized, and sometimes it don't look too pretty.
Talking about like maybe a day or two ahead of everyone else, but as time goes on, it's going to be less perfectly every 90 days or whatever the mark is, like it's going to start to even out through time. Like in a year, it'll be more of like a spread out evenly kind of yield generator.
So what causes a change in the amount of Icosa you can stake?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that actually.
Got to be just because the price went down, right? So, and then the percentage of the pool. Is that what you're talking about? Like the calculation of your minimum stake days for a certain size stake?
Well, the size.
But the size is relative, I guess, just to the pool. Yeah. So I guess it's the. No, it's relative. Huh. Is it relative to just the pool, or is it relative to the price as well, Mike?
Wait, what was the question? Sorry, I'm stuffing my face.
Yeah, no, just when you stake Icosa, right? It's your minimum stake days are calculated depending on your percentage of the pool, right? So it actually is just
Percentage of coins like in circulating supply pool. Yeah.
right.
That's
So there
what.
are a ton of coins. Like now it's not too bad.
Now I was referring to the amount of tokens you can stake for 90 days or 30 days or whatever. What changes the rate?
If more coins are created and then left in like the AMM or in liquid Icosa.
Because when you stake them, you burn, they get burnt, and so
Yeah.
then it reduces the supply. System is
I
so
bet-
fucking dynamic. Just when I feel like I've understood like a new aspect to it, then I'm like, oh shit, and then there's this other aspect to it as well. But my conclusion on all of it is it all fucking kicks ass.
I'm looking here, man. I'm looking at the way that I'm compounding. I'm the things that I've been figuring out. And just to let you know, because I kind of hesitated and just kind of sat on the sides and held Watsas, I'm actually doing better. But like we're gonna have to see what happens. I bet you this next right. I'll put money down. Someone wants to bet me. I got $100. I think that if you are 0.015% of the pool today, it's going to get so competitive by February 13th, you will be down to 0.01 on like the day after, like right before the payouts and stuff. I think that everybody, like, if you don't compound, you will see a 0.015 go down to 0.01. If you compound, you'll still hold like a pretty good, I think. You might even do better. But like if you don't, you're gonna see that 0.01 just plummet. Or I'm sorry, that 0.015, you're gonna see that pool percentage plummet. I saw that happen during the last auctions. Watsas, dude. Watsas. I'm telling you, right after that happens, all of a sudden it gets that much more competitive to get into the Icosa pool, and it makes Watsas even better. Like, I don't know what the best choice is dollar for dollar today, but like Watsas and Icosa combined right now, what a fucking investment.
I'll be honest with you, I don't think I'll be fully bullish till I see the documentary on Watsas come out.
This is endgame for people who like. I came here because I wanted to be a bigger Hex player because I truly believe. And it's like, well, if you're a true Icosa believer, and well, now you have to be a full Watsa believer and hold some Watsas because at some point it might be a good idea to add to your Icosa position. Those things are going to start earning dollar for dollar today, insane amounts of like Icosa in them. They're already right, but like the pool percentage, people just keep burning these things, dude. People don't value them and they don't get it. They're like burning it today. And it's like, dude, you shouldn't burn first year Watsas. Like, dude, you hold these for when you want to a bigger position of the Icosa pool after seeded liquidity.
Yeah. Honestly, I do see people panic selling. There's no way you're going to have that many Watsas. And I know the pool's small compared to other pools, but there's no way you're going to have that many people without a bunch of, what do you call them? They're not investors. What do you call them? Speculators. I mean, it's all speculative, but, there's definitely going to be a lot of weekends in there. It's got to be a lot of them.
The best play right now is sell your Pulse Dogecoin that you got for free and buy Icosa and add to your Icosa pool, I bet.
The dudes who dropped the uni,
Boom.
the guys who dropped their uni and invested in Hex, my buddy got the uni airdrop. He's like, dude, that shit turned into a lot of money.
I got 2 uni airdrops. But yeah, I would imagine if as soon as the airdrop came that you traded into Hex, it would be something crazy.
Dude, someone's liquidating their collection at $2 per million. What a douche. He might
What
be
size
trying
of
to
the
buy
Watsas? How many points?
billion. And so like those are harder to sell. So like that's like he's going to have a hard time getting rid of those. It's going to take him a while. But like he shouldn't be selling them. Like even if he's buying Icosa, that's not as smart. I don't think that's like it pumps the system in a way, so it's okay. But like those Watsas are going to have a like FOMO session at some point, and you're going to be glad that you didn't sell them now. I feel like selling at $2 per million, while a day one, I have a day one, and it has over 1.1 Icosa in it. So right now, let's see here. 1.1 at 60 cents. So it's like that's like buying that Watsa at like $1.25. Like that guy's like I that guy's stupid. I'll be real.
Well, think
Maybe
about what
sell
you're doing.
Can you link the collection?
Yeah, he like liquidated everything. This wallet, like he might have other wallets, but he just listed like 10 1 billions for 2000. And like what you do when you do that, like you're not, dude, like it's stupid because now no one's gonna like really buy them. But like, if he sells those, like, dude, like next after February 13th, you're gonna relook at your Watsas and be like, holy shit, compared to what I earned, not compounding in the Icosa pool, oh my God, those Watsas were nuts. Like everyone just eyeballed the Icosa pool, but the only reason it was like that because it's the smallest pool. It's about to get twice as competitive.
Well, think about what you were talking about, the compounding the Icosa in the Icosa pool and the effort that it's going to take just to move up from one level to the next. You put all that effort, you consider all that effort for the next 6-8 months or whatever, and you're doing the exact same thing with Watsas without having to lift a finger. It's I don't think people that are burning them or selling them are really thinking it through.
They're selling it for $2 per million. There's at least 6. Like when I bought them, there was nothing in those bitches, dude. Like there was some in like a lot of them, right? Like a couple hundred Icosa or whatever. But like it was like fucking nothing compared to what it is today. As soon as that Icosa pool gets fucking like all fucking clogged up because everybody here compounded their rewards, the people who didn't, now all of a sudden those Watsas look 10 times better because now technically you are earning more Icosa by holding a Watsa, even though it's not being compounded. But as the pool just keeps getting more and more and more like competitive, those Wattses get really, really interesting if you want to add to your Icosa stake down the road. Oh, I'm so good. I'm so good. Not financial advice. You're retarded if you listen to me. Always disclaimer. Disclaimer.
Well, the other thing that I like about Watts is a lot of people don't even realize this, but they're very inclusive. They're gender inclusive, because Watts stands for what's a gender?
Wattses are woke. Yeah. If you're woke, you'll really like Wattses.
Watch everybody start burning them tomorrow. This is woke shit.
Okay, Mike, do you mind? Can you, for that guy's collection, can you post a link for it? Is it like a whole collection that's like segregated? Like you can actually post a link for the entire collection?
It's under the recently listed. It's like
Okay.
2 rows down, and if you click it, you can click his address or click his account. I can send it once I get back to my computer, and then
Okay.
you can look. But he's selling basically everything. Like he could be making a good play because he's compounding his Icosa, but like with art coming out so soon, I really think that like a little bit of a bump up because people are like, oh, I see people buying this down the road for double the amount of money and shit. Like I think that like that's why I didn't sell any of mine. Dude, I'm telling you, I bought some Wattses that I'm gonna be able to sell for many multiples higher because I bought like mini ones. People are going to be willing to pay $500 for a Wattsa. Like even if it's only 20 million points, I bought that 20 million points for $40. I'll be able to sell that for 500. And if it has even more Icosa on it, I'll be able to sell it for exponential higher because it's a smaller one.
How much are those Wattses being? How many Wattses are being sold right now? Did you say they're billion point Wattses?
I think they're 1 billion and they're $2,100. But like he listed 10 of them, so who knows if he's even serious? Put in a fucking bid for 1,500. I bet you the schmuck will fucking accept it. Those aren't mine, by the way. Huh?
With Hedron?
What do you mean? Like buy it with Hedron?
Yeah.
I sold a whole bunch of Hedron to buy a Wattsa at 4.0. And now that like Wattsas have like kind of held or like gone up since I bought, like it was an amazing trade with Hedron going down. But Hedron can have a big pump because of the auctions. Like if people start really catching on, well, you're going to need some more Hedron down the road. So let's see if there's a pump in Hedron or not. If Hedron keeps going down, like there's just more Hedron that's burnt. So, but that would have been good if Hedron dropped. But I think Hedron could also go up.
I hear what you're saying.
And also, if you're buying that like $1 billion, try to put a bid on it. Like don't pay that 2,100. That guy will fucking settle. He has 10 of those fucking things. Any decent buyer will come in and that guy will probably accept. That's how I bought all mine.
No, he may not be a schmuck. He might be selling, what'd you say, 10 or 20 of them. But he may actually have like thousands of them.
True. But like he's selling them for like nothing, so he's selling the bottom. Like,
but maybe he's doing that just to increase his Icosa position.
That's fine, but like I think that you're like, I don't know, like I can see a 100% return. I see before an Icosa stake will earn 100% yield, which is like 2 months away, 3 months away for that to happen because we have to wait for the big inflation time. There's not as many hex stakes coming through right now. Like I see over the next 2 months, Wattsa's being able to be sold at $4 per million. Once artwork gets uploaded in and everything like that, I see a little I think you could make a better trade down the line. You could do whatever you want. I was thinking about getting some more Icosa with one of my Wattses, but I'm like, oh, dude, but like, if artwork did get uploaded tomorrow, oh, bro, there's going to be a FOMO fest in there.
But you're going to be able to generate your individual art for your own Watsons, right? Or how's that
No,
going to work?
I'm not
Do we know
getting
yet?
anything or any special treatment.
Nope. It's gonna be just divvied out randomly.
Oh, geez, man. Well, there goes my idea for a Kanye Watsa.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
And remember, like, there's a lot of limited supply and demand is a main function of this entire ecosystem. There's only 21,000 Wattses, so you can only own so many Wattses, and there's only so many people who are going to sell. If there's 20,000 people who like Wattses, like, you don't have enough. You don't have enough Wattses for people.
Well,
Wattsa's got to be one of the best long-term plays by far. By far.
Yeah, this isn't financial advice. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologize. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. I give financial advice.
No, I was gonna say, I'm diversifying my Watsons with the Powerball. But this is not financial advice.
Dude, like, I don't have a ton of points, but I bought a lot of Wattses. I bought like 40 Wattses. Like, that small amount of money that I put in, I took up a decent portion of the existing amount. There's a lot of people who have a lot more than me. And it's like, if 20,000 people like Wattses, not all of them can have one. So that means there's like little bidding wars and stuff. Like, because it's an exclusive club. 21,900 people can be in. No more. If 20,000 people come into the market and then buy them all and stuff, it's like, and they all hold one, like, there's none to buy.
I'm hoping that market dwindles down to anywhere from 30% less to 50% less by the end of the year. Well, not this year, but the following year. So, I mean, one can hope.
Like, I got some Wattses that I'm not gonna sell. Like, I have enough to where it's like I'm keeping just a good couple, no matter what. Those are my like flexes, like, bitch. Like, oh, there's only 21,000 people who can be part of this club. Sorry, Elon Musk, you're not part of the Wattses.
Well, I'm already hearing about a second project similar to Watson's. It's going to be called the Watsicas. Yeah.
Dude, that was hilarious. You got some good zingers tonight, Cocky. I love it. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah. I try.
What's C rank? Zamboni, what's C rank 21? What does that stand for?
I forgot to take that off. I forgot to change
That's
that.
good as C rank.
I haven't been on Telegram for a long time. I forgot to change that. It's about Zen.
Oh shit.
But yeah, I'm gonna change that.
I think it was like the lowest one I got was like, I think I got 991.
But
like
the thing is,
something.
the stupid thing is, like, I got that C rank, like, it told me I got it, but it was a failed transaction anyways. So I just forgot to change it.
The same happened to me at like 87.
Uh,
I was all excited at 87 and ended up being fucking 9,900 something.
hmm
Bro, don't even get me started on that crap.
I know, yeah. I didn't want to bring it up.
Well, I don't hold it against Jim Rat. I think he's cool.
Well, lucky I only done one wallet, not like 10, 20, 50 or 60. One's good.
I did like 30.
A lot of work.
Not.
Dude, I should have every Hexican flocking to me and being like, dude, start a YouTube channel. I'm unsubscribing from Jim Rat. He shilled fucking like mint as many free coins as you want, commie coin. And just like they should come to me. I'm telling you, I will lead you to greatness.
Yo,
Not financial advice.
Mike, your voice is good for it.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
Definitely, I think Corey Costa would have you on, bro.
I'm not
Tim Rat
following
did
Corey,
say he
Corey
wanted me
anymore.
on there, but
Yeah, no,
Corey,
what's
Corey's
the fucking
nice.
Corey?
No, Corey's like the Oprah of Hex.
I called him out on Twitter and a little bit, and yeah.
He's a nice guy, but he's like everything is like, oh, so what are your emotions about crypto? And I'm like, all right, dude. I mean, it's not, it's
Yeah.
nice.
I told him that. I told him that on Twitter Spaces. I'm like, that's why I'm not a fan of him, because it's like he's doing great work, and I hope like he's doing great for himself. He actually is doing really good. I'm just simply not a fan though. 'Cause even in Twitter Spaces, I told him, I'm like you're too nice. It's like every single one of your responses is this. It's like, oh, that was such an amazing response. Like, thank you so much for answering
Yeah.
that question.
Oh,
I've
shit.
talked about this before.
Yeah, I guess that's true. But yeah, nonetheless, I guess you know, we need all the different types, and he
Yeah.
does actually ask really good questions as an interviewer.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I think he just kind of, you know, he just likes to support whoever he's interviewing. But that's pretty
Yeah.
amazing that he interviewed Charles Hoskins.
Yeah, dude.
And
I didn't watch it yet though. I actually want to watch that one. Yeah. And the Eric Wall too. I didn't see the Eric Wall one yet too, but congrats to him though, man. Like he's as long as he keeps his head on straight, man, he's gonna be a player in this space.
his Twitter account got suspended a couple days ago because he mentioned something about pedophile. So he streamed with Hud Prill today, which she comes in this group a lot, you know. And they were just like,
Yeah.
he was still in shock, and he was just trying to figure out what he was gonna do.
He'll be all right.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. You know, I get his strategy where, you know, you catch more bees with honey than with vinegar. The thing is though, if you pile on too much honey, you can actually drown shit out too. I
He's
don't
been
know.
well received by the Hexagon community, and I definitely think he, you know, the Hexagon community is winning him over slowly but surely. That's what I've seen.
No, I think it's the opposite. I think he's winning over the Hexagon community. I think he just
Oh yeah,
purely looks at this space. Yeah, I think he just
I
purely
think you
looks
got
at
a
the
point.
space.
You
Yeah.
got a point, man.
I think
You talking about
I
Eric
think he
Wall?
really just No, I'm talking about Corey. I think
Corey.
what Rich's statement was that the Hexicans are winning over Corey, but I said I believe it's to be the opposite. I believe that Corey is winning over the Hexicans, but my standpoint is he just purely looks at Hexicans or the Hex community just as a crypto community. Like he doesn't have any kind of emotional ties or even a ton of financial ties to Hex. Like he doesn't have a single stake, and whatever kind of opinion you have on that, that's fine. But he's just more so looking to try to make it in crypto streaming YouTube world as a way to make money. Like that's literally what he's trying to do. So you can only
That's a good
hold
point.
so many kind of Yeah, you can only hold so many loyalties when you're trying to do that.
Yeah, that's why I'm not a big fan of his. I see him more as a YouTuber than a Hexagon.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, all right. I see what you guys are saying. I get it. I get it. Thank you. Still like him,
No,
but
yeah, I'm
yeah,
not.
I agree. I agree with you guys.
Yeah, I like. And listen, dude, I like him as a dude. Like I like him as a person. It's like when he's in Twitter Spaces just shooting shit. Like he's actually fucking funny. Like when he's in Twitter Spaces, he's actually like the New Yorkers I like grew up with, like busting balls, taking jabs at people. Like he's funny as shit. But then he's just totally different on stream. You know what I mean?
That's fucking crazy though that he would get banned, permanently banned from Twitter by saying talking about a pedophile and like where he thinks pedophiles should go or what we should do with them. It was like considered a threat or something. It was really fucked up.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I just the other day I got suspended for like 12 hours because one of the accounts I follow, they post a lot of shit on all the different like pedophile cases that are going on and child sex trafficking cases that are going on and stuff like that. And I think I forgot what I wrote. I think I quote tweeted and I think I said something. Oh, I said off with their heads hashtag gallows, and then I was suspended for 12 hours. I had to remove the post. Yeah.
Fuck, fuck Twitter.
Yeah, it's mine.
Yeah, I think it should.
Wait, guys, I have a question. All right, me and my buddy, when we were talking the moon to possibility of Hex, where Hex is so fucking good. Just to let you know, we switched our financial system because banking services with CDs were too fucking good. And they wanted everybody to put their money in the stock market and gamble and then pump their bags. But people used to not a lot of people used to retire early and have rich people could just have a CD and stuff, and that money did come from inflation. It wasn't from loans. And it's like, is Hex so good? Like, it almost solves world problems in the sense where it's like, if you have such fucking sound money, anybody with any type of sense of financial literacy or delay of gratification, you make almost like I know we hate socialism and all these things, but you kind of solve society. Because the money's so sound, it solves a lot of problems because people can just stake and then earn money. And there's always remember what Richard says, the most price appreciation comes from the next guy willing to buy higher. And remember, they're fighting the government money. This kind of changes the game. If everybody just staked their coins and Hex held $1 forever, do you know what kind of value Hex truly could be at just holding $1 forever? If it never moved like a stable coin, could you actually imagine? I know we talk about numbers, but could you imagine if it just flatlined at $1 forever? What kind of world problems could that solve?
Yeah, but the problem is $1 doesn't stay at $1.
Right. Well, still, as long as you're earning higher APY in Hex than the inflation rate, you're still positive. And that's how the previous systems used to be. Where you put in $10,000, they give you your interest and stuff like that. Your main principal went down and all these things still. Do you know what I'm saying? So if Hex was $1 and it just stayed $1 forever, it could actually solve a lot of issues. I know that's not going to happen, but just imagine if it did. Peaks and valleys and all these things happen. Markets get scared out.
I like the idea, but imagine if Hex goes to $1,000 and stays there.
Yeah, okay. Rich is in here. I'm sorry. $1,000, and then it just never went up or down. I say $1 for easy math, but like this is the CDs of the future. People use CDs to such a high degree, but there are always those guys who are like, "Ooh, I don't trust them bankers." Well, those guys were smart guys. All right, those guys were smart guys, even though CDs were still good. But now, all of a sudden, we're talking about a system that does all of that. And now you can 100% know you're going to get your interest.
Yeah, but that's the problem though. Is like people don't use hex how it should be used. I do personally. I do, But you have people like Corey who are just speculating on the price of the token itself, and not using it as a tool like how it was designed. And there's tons of other people like that too. That's the problem.
Imagine if Hex goes up and just like held $1 for like a year. Like everybody's like mind being boggled, like everybody like just watching it just hold, like, or even go up. It's like, what the fuck?
Well, that could be the bottom of the next bear. Maybe $1 is the bottom next cycle.
As far as people not staking like Ori or whatever, like that's fine with me. They're paying the inflation. Technically they aren't, but like the fact that they're getting
diluted. They're getting diluted. Yeah.
I agree with you guys. I love Hex, which is why I'm debating whether to buy more instead of Icosa, but we'll see.
When I start buying again, it'll probably be a couple weeks, maybe a month. I'm going to start buying again. I'm going to be buying equally Hex and Icosa because I just want to have that Hex to make Quattro Cincos and have HSIs in the background just to have them. It's like because of the system we have now with Icosa, it's like I don't ever plan on necessarily even really having liquid hex. Like I'm gonna have HSIs, and either I sell them to the contract or I don't. But I'm still just gonna have them there. But I'm not like other people. It's like I purely look at hex as my 401k. So like I don't plan on stopping. Like I don't plan on quitting my job in a year or 3 years. If I become worth more than $10 million, maybe. But if that doesn't happen, it's like I plan on just keep on working and just keep contributing to the system, instead of worrying about charts and trying to sell tops and buy bottoms. And that's why Hex was created. So you don't have to stare at charts all day. You just buy and stake it. And then now you have the fun of Icosa, adds a little flair to the whole system.
It's sticky.
That's something important to remember too. It's like $1, $2, $5 million. It ain't what it used to be. Like it's seriously not at all what it used to be. Like and especially if you want to live in a populated, nicer area, city center, or even the outskirts of a city center, like you're talking $500,000, $750,000 for a house, and you're even some places, even for condo prices, you're looking at stuff like that. And then when you start talking about land, sure, you're looking at more rural areas, but you won't have the amenities and comforts.
So
in
Mango,
Sydney, 1 hour from the city, $1 million a house. 1 hour from the city in Sydney is $1 million a house. You can buy one for $850, but it's fibro, 550 square block. Half an hour from the city, between 2 million to 5 million.
Jesus.
I'm renting a granny flat 1 hour from the city, and it's costing me $150 without any electricity or anything like that. If you want to rent a granny flat, it'll cost you anywhere between $300 to $500, 20 minutes from the city.
granny flat,
3 to 500.
like a single bedroom guest house or something.
Yep. Yeah, like a little 1-bedroom guest house from the city, between 20 minutes, between $300 to $500. So you're not
A
even
month
getting a
or a
house
week?
or a unit.
Is that a month or a
A
week?
week.
Holy shit.
There is a lot of money out there that is looking to earn yield. Boy, I earn a lot of yield.
Prices of the houses were going up through COVID, because most of the rich people around the world are coming over. They're sending their kids and reinstating them in this country. So they're coming in with millions. Like building in Australia, it costs 40% more since COVID. So if you want to build a house, it costs you 40% more now. So anything
Yeah,
that
but you
you
guys,
sign,
I was just gonna say, you guys were the second most locked down country next to China, weren't you?
yeah, Melbourne was really locked down. Sydney was
Yeah.
locked down too, but not as bad as Melbourne. But yeah, it's only a 24 million or something like that population, so it's easy to control. It's an easy test how 24 million people respond, and let me tell you, they responded like fucking pussies, mate. You know, your neighbors were basically ratting you in if you had 2 or 3 people at your house. Your own
Yeah, people are
Um,
neighbors. That's how
cowardly.
pathetic it is. That's how
you guys don't
pathetic
have
it
any.
was.
You guys don't have any fucking guns, right? That's the whole problem.
Yeah, they did the Port Arthur massacre or whatever that happened, and then they changed the laws there.
Yeah,
And
Mexico's the
isn't it?
same way. They got rid of most of the guns, and now you got the cartels taking over the country. But basically, Mexico's a goddamn cartel nation. The politicians are controlled by the cartels. I mean, nobody talks about it, but it's the truth.
Has to talk about it because everyone knows, and in a way, it's kind of the fact is that Mexico has a much smaller government where they're actually not as like controlling. You know, of course they're corrupt, but like, what government isn't? And Mexico's like, yeah, we're corrupt. So what?
You know, the crazy thing
Yeah.
is, in a lot of ways, Mexico has more freedoms than a lot of American cities. You just got to know where to go. Uh, Unfortunately, that is the truth.
Time like that one guy, the dollar vigilante. He lives in Mexico. His family. He's loving life, man. Married a Mexican lady.
Yeah, my partner, she went to Mexico and she loved it. She loves the food, loves the culture. Sounds awesome.
People really are great. You know, they're like predominantly farming culture. You know, real humble, and they'll give you the shirt off their back, even if that's all they have.
Yeah, you just got to know where to go. There are literally cities in Mexico that uh, half of the population speak English because you have a lot of Canadians, Europeans, and Americans that have migrated to these places. One of those places called is a lake called Vallarta. It's pretty big, and you know there's a lot of American signs, you know, for businesses and stuff like that. So you can find good
What
places around the world.
what state is that lake in Mexico?
If I remember correctly, is in Jalisco.
Pura vida.
Yeah, but if you look up Vallarta,
Pura
yeah,
vida.
yeah, yeah, it's a beautiful place. I've never been there myself, but I have family members who tell me about the place. They say it's beautiful.
It sucked. It was the week. It was exactly a week before COVID happened. I was supposed to go to Costa Rica for like almost a month with my coworker because he's Costa Rican and his whole family is still down there. And then our flights were booked, everything was set up, and then COVID happened, and then we had to cancel everything because they weren't letting anyone into the country.
Yeah, I'm a big history buff, and I know there's a lot of diehard, Americans and people in Western countries where their countries have turned tyrannical, and they want to fight till the last breath. But in Europe, whenever a nation became tyrannical, and you had a king or that just became too overbearing, people just voted with their feet. So if and the odds that you're going to change anything in your country are pretty slim. I mean, you guys do what you want to do, but if things get really hairy in my area, I'm taking off.
But where are you going?
I don't know, but Mexico's a possibility, but I'm looking at other countries in Latin America or even Asia. You never know.
I think that Richard Hart's going to have his own country at some point, so I plan on moving there.
It's gonna be an expensive ass country.
Yeah, it's going to be like 100,000 hex a month. It's it's going to be insane pricing out there.
Well, there's a country that's got like hardly any population. It's called the DMZ, and you can go there, build a house there at no cost.
Talking
Where
about
are we
Vietnam,
gonna?
what'd you say?
The demilitarized zone in North Korea. That was a joke. Never mind.
Dude, I'm telling you guys, you shouldn't listen to me because you're like really dumb if you do. But the more it's so funny. I was talking about Watsas and everything, and I was right. It was a great buy if you listened. And it's still a great buy. But the Icosa pool is getting more competitive day by day. I'm not trolling you. I used to be 0.02 leading up to the auctions. I'm now down to 0.0, or then it went down to 0.015. Koga, stop. and now it's 0.0148. The pool percentage has dropped by 3 zeros and a 2 since I figured this out. And it's going faster.
I'm gonna have to look at. I honestly, I never even looked at what my pool percentage. When I get home from work today, I'm actually gonna look at that and see what it is.
Well,
I kind of gave up.
People from Hedron stakes finishing up. Mine's about to finish, so I'm going to add a 0.01 in there.
Yeah, I don't have too many wallets, but I got enough that it's a pain in the ass, to add them all up.
God, I'm so fucking smart, bro. I'm so fucking smart. The one thing I'm actually good at is figuring out tokenomics and cryptos and shit. This is the one thing I think that I'm actually good at, and it's I have never felt more right in my fucking life. I don't know if I actually am, but I feel fucking right. When smart guys like Hamish Hamish came in here. I love Hamish if he's here, but he came into the chat the one day and he was like, yeah, you were right. He's like, I should end my stake and then stake on my Icosa. I'm sorry, I love Hamish. He's awesome, dude. He's like, but yeah, you were right. I should stake my Icosa. He's like, you were right. Yeah. He's like, it's way higher than the stake rate increase.
How long did he wait?
Well, like it was done for a while, but like we didn't figure this out until like last week or whatever. So he thought he like thought about it, did some math for a couple days, and then he came back to me and he was like, yeah, staking your Icosa from your Hedron stake immediately is the way to go. And I was like, so are you saying that I was right? And Hexecutioner was like, oh, he's not saying that, Mike. And then Hamish was like, no, yeah, he was right. And I was like, oh, boom. Hamish is a smart guy.
Mike, you don't give drugs to your dog, do you? It sounds like it's going nuts right now.
I know it's this one toy. He loves the squeaker.
It's a cattle dog, mate. Those things are machines.
He loves playing tug with squeaky toys, dude. Like I told him the other day, I'm like, did you hear that? I figured it out, Koga. I was like, we're gonna be rich off Icosa. I was like, you're gonna get all the squeaky toys. All of them.
My friend used to hang a like a rope on the clothes hanger, and he'll spin the clothes hanger around, and his kettle dog would just jump up, lockjaw that. You just see him spinning around on it. They're fucking cool dogs, man, and they can jump too.
Best breed of dogs. Oh, like all herding dogs are awesome. All herding dogs.
Wait now. I have a Weimaraner. I beg to differ.
Dude, you don't know how fucking cute this dog is, all right? I walk into dog parks and like everybody stops what they're doing and they're like, your dog is fucking adorable. You don't fucking get it.
I don't have anything to prove. I don't got anything to prove. I just had to say my piece.
I just want to say you're fucking wrong. Dog was cute though.
You,
I love the coat.
Thank you, Mango.
I love the coats on them. Like they're like so smooth and this awesome shiny gray. It's like crazy cool. And they look like labs, and I love labs. So, what kind of what family is Weimaraners in? Are they retrievers or what is it?
No, kinda. They're part pointer, bloodhound, and greyhound. Those are the three, but they're close.
That's what else. Okay.
But they're closely related to Dobermans actually, because they have the really long legs with the super deep chest.
Okay.
They're like humans, man. They really are. Like my dog is just. He's so human-like, it's retarded. He's not much like a dog. Like he doesn't even really care about other dogs. He just cares about humans.
How is it like with like chickens and like farm animals and stuff?
Super good. My dog in particular, he gets babied by, he gets bullied by everything. Cats, chickens. Like he's kind of a special case though. He's like he's just a huge baby. He's like 100 pounds, and he's just like the biggest baby in the world.
A little fur baby.
Where I go, same like you, Mike. Wherever I go, people are just like, "What kind of dog is that? Wow, so beautiful," and they just gawk over him. And he's like 10 years old too, so they age well for sure. All sorts. It's kind of like trucks. It's like, what's the best kind of truck? It's like whatever truck you have, that's the best truck.
I love rubbing salt in the wounds. Like when people get snarky with me on Twitter, I am immediately like, well, I listened to Richard Hart and I put in big caps, easiest bear market ever. How are you doing? And just like, I know everybody just got fucked. And it's just like, God damn it. I know they're just at their chair like, I hate this guy. DeFi rocket fuel. I hate him.
Good one.
You should have heard the haters I had in Pulse Chat, guys. I had people going at me. Because I was like, yeah, dude, I didn't sack that much. You insane, dude? Hex is the greatest fucking thing on earth. Like, you guys are all insane. Did you see how much Hex went away? You guys are all a bunch of dumpers. Oh God, I love it.
Yeah, no, I mean, for those, yeah, it's gonna turn out to be a good play. All of the sacks.
It
like,
is. It does mean it's a bad play, but it's like the Giga Brain play was to do the opposite of everybody else. Like, dude, like, is Pulse gonna go up like 100x at some point? Oh yeah, I'm waiting for that dip. But like, in the meantime, like, dude, you could have been staking that Hex. You could have been having that Hex with a 10x multiplier, and you could have been staking your Hedron to earn Icosa, and then you could have compounded that Icosa and have it all staked and all working for you all before Pulse Chain comes out. Like, everybody skipped over Hex.
I
There's a
agree with
reason.
most of that, but like from a price appreciation standpoint, like the fact that he did help us take profits effectively at near the top of the bull market, and he's bringing them down to redeploy them at the bottom of a bear market is pretty fucking genius. And we're gonna look back at what he did with all the sack stuff, and everyone's just gonna be like, he's the biggest genius ever. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
all I'm saying is there's nothing that can beat Hex because it's the best thing in the world.
I was just gonna agree with Rich on that. I thought about that too. I thought that was brilliant too.
I agree with you though, Mike, as well. Like, I do think Hex is the greatest thing in the world. Like, it's literally the store of value that all these Bitcoiners wish Bitcoin was, that they kind of like hoped it was from the beginning, and they just can't see the writing on the wall. But Hex will be that.
Dude, who's like the biggest Hexagon that I could fucking talk to that doesn't already hate my guts? Like, I need to get on like one of these streams and like smack some fucking sense into people, and like be like, dude, are you not seeing what the fuck's going on? Like, highest inflation coming out now, like SEC FUD.
Just go on up and hang out one night.
I think you probably don't like whales, but maybe you do. But I think
no, I met Wales. He didn't tell me it was him, but I knew it was Wales.
I think you guys would you guys would have a great stream together.
Oh God, I'm definitely like Kareem. God, Kareem, that guy. I like Kareem though. Kareem's a nice guy.
You, Kareem, and Wales together, that'd be really good.
I met Maddie too. I had his phone number. Like, we hung out.
You got to make your presence known, Mike, to the rest of the world.
Mike,
and to hide in the Icosa chat all the time.
Dude, Mike, it sounds like you're taking fucking resin hits, like you're just smoking the bowl, trying to get resin out.
I'm so sorry. I've been losing my mind. I can't stop thinking. I'm not.
I'll say it reminds me, like the sound of you hitting that pipe. It reminds me of the days where I had no weed and I'm just smoking resin out of the pipe.
It's a vape, so like it's got that like airflow. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm like walking around it with my hands and I'm pacing and I'm trying to think of all the like game theory and combining it together and like how I can maximize the system, and I don't even realize I'm hitting it. Like,
yeah, as long as you got smoking crocodile.
Can you put weed in that and smoke it? Can you put in the vape some weed and smoke it?
Or the wax, the dabs?
Not in this thing. Yeah, no, not in this thing. This is so I don't smoke cigarettes.
Oh yeah, Mike, something we talked about a while ago, but I thought I changed my mind on, because when you were talking about how much more Hedron you yield from staking Icosa opposed to Hex stakes, maybe now, besides from my 10x HSIs that I created when it launched, all my native hex stakes, maybe now it actually is a good idea, knowing that it's highly improbable that the bonus will ever happen for damn it's been so long since I even talked to this. I don't even remember the name of the bonus that happens for when there's with the borrowable Hedron. What is it called?
Our bonus.
What is it?
MR bonus.
Is that what it is? MR? Is that what it is?
Wait, what are you
MR.
talking about?
AMR bonus. Thank you. Yes, Rich. Yes, yeah.
Oh,
So you remember yeah, so the AMR bonus, since even Alex said it's highly improbable that the AMR bonus will ever get triggered, I'm thinking now maybe I will actually mint all of my Hedron from my native stakes and swap that for Icosa, and then actually just start staking that, opposed to just never, I started that whole hashtag never mint. But maybe now, since it's highly improbable that it never happens, maybe I am better off just minting all of my native stakes and leaving my HSIs alone. I'll leave my HSIs alone with the 10x bonus. I won't mint them, but maybe I'll just mint my native stakes and swap for Icosa and stake that.
financial
Mango,
advice.
why wouldn't you sorry, Mike. I was just wondering why you wouldn't mint any of your HSIs.
Because I want to hold on to my HSIs for the future. So if there's ever that whole scenario where when it in time, years down the road, when it actually becomes profitable for me to borrow against them, I want to just have them there, and I want to just keep that Hedron there.
Well, remember, I never
minted. Yeah, I never minted it. I never minted any of my stakes.
Since they're HSIs, the situation's a little different. Like on native stakes and shit, like dude, like minting, dude, who cares? I doubt the AMR bonus comes. If it does, whatever. But like, remember when you mint on an HSI, that affects multiple things. That affects the amount of advanceable Hedron in the future. You can take a loan out on it. But remember, as you mint on an HSI, the redeemable amount of Icosa goes down with it.
Well, no, that's why I said I'm leaving the HSIs out of this whole scenario. I'm just talking about my native stakes.
Dude, I'll be real, Mango. I'm not telling you what to do, dude, because I love Hex too, bro.
I know.
I think you should sell those HSIs to the contract and then just stake the Icosa and then just buy those HSIs a year from now with all the Hedron that you would have yielded.
Yeah,
You're not
I know,
That's what I was just
I know,
thinking.
but I don't.
I was looking at my HSIs this evening actually, and I'm like.
But then you can swap your Icosa down the road for Hex, and then you can wrap Hex for 15 years and then take out a loan on it if you wanted to, or you could just sell the Hedron. Like, just let you, because like those Hex stakes are valuable, man. But like, if you don't mind waiting a year until getting them. What if I told you could have made insane, massive returns and you could have bought them for a lower Hedron ratio compared to minimum bid? Now, you might not be able to, so there's risk, but it's like, I would dump those. And now I view Icosa as like, oh my God, it's already wrapped. So it's like, it's just sitting there.
Yeah. No, I understand that. Yeah, I understand.
I got a quick question, guys. So what the heck is Icosa? Is a loan token? Is that what it really is?
In theory, it can be explained that way. Yes, it can be explained that way. Yes.
When you go buy Icosa, you put your economic energy into the AMM. You then stake that Icosa, and it's like a certificate of deposit. You get now like a portion of the rewards and all the payouts and everything like that. Then somebody else buys a whole bunch of Hedron, sells it on the market, and then they might make a profit. And over time, many, many transactions can affect a market, and they're burning all of this Hedron. And then as Hedron gets more rare, that pumps Icosa, and you're earning Hedron as well. So it's like a certificate of deposit where you like you put your economic energy in, and it's like even if it took 3 years for you to get your money back plus interest. Like, do you know like how the current financial system works? It sucks dick. But yeah, it's like a
Well,
loan. It's like a
well, the
loan.
reason
It's like the loan
the
part of the system.
right, but the loan part for me wouldn't it be when you sell your HSIs and get Icosa for it? Isn't that the loan?
Well, that's a loan too, but like this is different. Like there, so that's the case too. But like that's like a loan on an asset. Now, like you have this other system with the HSI buybacks, and you're putting your economic energy in, for future returns. And there's like that money put into Icosa is then like basically used to buy Hedron and then burn it.
Okay.
And then over time, as you earn Hedron, because like one of the best ways of earning Hedron right now is staking Icosa. If you like, you put in $600 to like get somebody to burn all that Hedron in the hopes of that all those HSIs and all that advanceable, it's going to pay you back. Like, and then it'll pay you your Hedron, and then basically like after it gets paid, that HSI goes back into the auctions and it's out of balance until someone pays the minimum bid that was paid to the pool. This is digital peer-to-peer lending. This, like, Richard has compared Hex like that, but like this is a better visual. I think it's easier to visualize. In Hex, it's the same thing too, but like now it's like you're betting. So it's like betting on a stock, and then like that money was put into the system to buy Hedron and then burn it, and it kind of like makes everything more rare in the system. Like, whew, this is next level game theory. Do you guys know how smart Alex and Richard are? Like, this is beyond Gigabrain. How do you write this kind of code? How do you come up with this kind of game theory?
Like in my mind, the way I picture it is like it's almost like baseball. You pitch the ball, you run, bat it yourself, and then run a home run yourself, and then it's like you're playing the game by yourself with yourself. I don't know. It just feels that way.
So, I'm all about pumping my own bags, but like I don't feel bad telling people to throw some money at the Icosa price, and then like pump the price of Icosa a little bit, have them stake and just be like, dude, price can go down. This is digital lending. Wait a year and then look at your returns, because that energy was used to burn a certain amount of Hedron, which thus in turn maybe turns people to like sell down their Hedron or like not sell their Hex, and it's like a perpetual cycle. Like, it's okay. Like for us who really know how the system works, if you have like some people around you and you like, maybe even just give them a little Icosa, dude. Like, you know what I'm saying? Just set them up with a wallet and be like, I want to show you something. And like, when you feel comfortable and you want to put some more in, let me know. And set them up with the stake. That's how I booked my buddy Daisuke, man. He's been fighting me like hard, bro. But when I told him how much yield I made, and like I gave him 150 Icosa for getting to get him his 10x bonus, because I should have watched him, and I felt like obligated. I gave him 150 Icosa, and I had him stake it, and had him watch it, and be like, yo, watch out for this month. You're going to see your number really shoot up. Just watch. And like try to get them. And that's how you fucking hook them, man. So like we need to do what like some of the other Hexicans did too. But remember, like you tell me, hey, buy some Hex, buy some Icosa. I think that like there's enough money now being played in the auctions where we don't need people to buy Hedron. That's just going to naturally go up. I think having people buy Hex and Icosa is, and then having them stake and earn free Hedron is
Yeah.
like a really good way. But first, give them a little Icosa, dude. Just
That's
give
what
them a little Icosa.
I got that idea from Executioner the other day, so I'm already going to do that with 2 onboards. You know.
Yeah, so
Can-
we're trying to bait them in a little bit, okay, guys? Give them a little. Remember, like it's the carrot and the stick. Toss somebody that you know 100 Icosa. That's what, $60?
Yeah, I like your analogy better. I was going to use crack. Give them a little bit
Yeah,
of crack.
yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. You know, I used to, sell drugs in high school. You know, I know how to hook people. But like, guys, like these coins are going to be worth $10 a piece. I know we want as many stake points, but we want as many winners. Every time we create a winner, like go create them an Icosa stake and just be like, hey, remember I told you about Hex? Give them some Icosa. Be like, Hex and Icosa are basically the same thing. And like, I think you should put some money in the market, but I'm going to give you a little free. I'm going to give you a freebie. And I'm going to tell you, like, you're going to watch your number go up over the next year, and it's going to make your mind melt. Because they, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, no one knows the game theory like us, so we're like just kind of leading them with 100 Icosa. You know what I'm saying? Or 50 Icosa, and be like, whatever you would have put in, like, you would have made money. But like, that's how the Bitcoiners did it. Richard goes and talks about like faucets and like how do you get people to adopt a cryptocurrency? You give them a little free fucking coins. Like, it's very common. We create some dumpers and shit, but like we create buyers. My buddy's now putting $2,000 into Hex and $2,000 into fucking Icosa. And he's like, okay, I see what you're saying. And as long as like he's kind of close to being even within a year, most people are happy. But like, dude, end of year with us compounding, as long as we do it, dude, we could see $2. Or not end of year, I'm sorry, in a year from now, we could see $2 Icosa. Could you imagine that kind of mind melting? You put in like $100, earn 500% interest, and then the token appreciated like 3 or 4x. Like, I think everybody.
I even think $2 is conservative.
Yeah, like this is, and it's like, but like you make sure you tell them, like, dude, this is all about Hex, but like I'm just giving you this as a little starter, and you can cash it out. It's your money. You do whatever you want. Because remember, if they sell the bottom, they're gone. But like, get some people because as soon as they start figuring it out, like, or they start making money, they're going to come to you and be like, yo, what's going on here? Do I need to buy more of this Icosa? And be like, yeah, I buy some more Icosa. During first year, during hyperinflation, it's almost like a easy bet that you'll do well within a year. And like, and then be like, but it's really all about the Hex. It always has been. And then like kind of like lead them to like, I think that whatever you tell somebody to do is risky, but like my one buddy's like, what do you think? Half Hex, half Icosa? And I was like, that sounds good. Like, I don't know, it's up to you, but like,
yeah, I just got some business cards. I want to, start onboarding more people. But one of the websites I put on there was like, I think it's the Pulse Chain one, the howtopulse.com.
Mm-hmm.
But then I just saw a documentary about Hex being a cult. So
hell yeah, dude. Please hate, dude, because eventually, like, the price could go up, and then all of those videos that makes all of those haters look retarded. This could be, man, like,
I'll put it to this way.
I just remember watching those candles, man. If you don't think that those candles can come back while everybody's hating on Hex, oh man, I've seen a lot of hate shit come out and then just watch the green candles go up.
Oh, I know they're coming back. the reason why I got into Hex is because I liked the way the chart looked, compared to a lot of other cryptos that I've been involved with. So now I've got nothing but faith that it's coming
But
back.
I gave free Icosa to multiple buddies because I said, "Hey man, you guys bought the top. I'm sorry. I thought I was going to $1 too, but like most of my buddies all staked, so they were stuck anyway. All my buddies did like 10-year stakes. Like, this sounds fun, like whatever. But then I gave them some free Icosa, and I was like, "Hey man, stake this and watch this. All right, this is going to be cool." And I didn't understand Icosa to the level that I do now. This is the time where we can just make a couple people. Like I have this kid who's 17, and he's buying Hex now. He's buying Icosa. We just created another fucking member of the army, and just because his number went up. I gave him some free coins, dude. Like just because I gave him free money, like it hasn't been sold on the market. It's still being staked. It's like, but I'm growing for Richard. My Hedron stake comes out, I'm going to give out 50, 60 Icosa stakes to a couple people. Just give them some fucking shit and be like, yo, watch the magic. When you want real like shit, come talk to me. And it'd be like, you can sell it anytime.
There's hardly anybody's getting any yield in crypto or in the legacy market too. So getting any kind of yield right now, it's phenomenal. Getting a good yield, even better.
Just go and be like, yo, let me give you something special. And then once you feel confident enough and you want to buy some more, just let me know. And just give it to them for free, help them stake it, and just say, go ahead and, a few months later, like, maybe go back to them after the auctions and be like, yo, did you see your payout? And they're going to be like, wait, what? And you're telling me I could sell right now and I could like make more money? Be like, yeah, you could, or you could restake, and maybe, get a little bit more. Like I have way more than 50 Icosa, like please. And, and then be like, obviously it's all about Hex, and be like, oh yeah, man, look, staking Hex and staking Icosa is how you make fortunes. I can't wait for my stake to come out. I'm going to just go find some random people, but yo, let me do something for you. Let me give you some free crypto. You're going to be really happy. And if you find out more about Icosa, because you're making super sick, quick yielding gains, like, you're going to lead to fucking Hex. I have no liquid Hex to give to people. I'm staked. So, yeah, just give some people some Icosa and shit, and they're going to start seeing insane pop-offs. And then, like, if Hex goes up, then they're going to be like, wait, Hex and Icosa are like directly correlated to each other. Be like, oh yeah, man, you gotta get because I really do believe that buying and staking some Hex will have some real long-term benefits. But in Icosa, I see a future where it's like instant like I see faster instant gratification. So like I'm telling you, all my buddies who I gave free Icosa to, all of them now are putting more money into the market. They don't join the Telegram chat, but all of them are staking and they're buying. It's cheap now. It's cheap. It's undervalued. It might go lower, but just like stake it and earn. Just watch over time. You're going to be really impressed. And then just like smile at them, be like, you're welcome. Or you could lead it, be like, if you knew what I just did for you, you'd give me a really, really big hug. I hope in a year you give me that really, really big hug. Because I think 50 Icosa staked right now, it's not a lot, right? Like, compared to what we have. But Icosa at $10, okay, well now all of a sudden that's like $500, and if they staked it, they earn 200-300% yield. That's $1,500 to a lot of people, bro. That is a mind-boggling a lot of money. I was so poor. Like I was so poor for so long, man. Like Like, like I think other people should. I know Rich does it. I do it, but like this is one thing. Like when I told you, like, yo, we get to decide what fucking goes on here because the big whales and hex and dolphins and stuff, they don't own Icosa because they're enjoying their hex gain so much. We have an opportunity to kind of use our tools at hand to affect other people's lives, whether it's giving out free T-shirts or bottles of water with a hex symbol on it. Like, go out and give a couple like little Icosa stakes out and lead them to hex, lead them to victory. Like,
Yeah.
if you stake Icosa and hold it for a year, I would imagine you're going to possibly make a little bit of money. You know? And you don't create that much dump pressure because like a lot of people start seeing their stuff do good and then you kind of sell and be like, I don't think you get it. This is the future of finance. You start to not want to sell your shit. You do create people like me who don't sell because we went through a top. Like, you do run into people like Mango bought some at the top too. And like I bought some at 28 cents on a trade and got wrecked. But like wasn't like it was like $500, but like he buys through the bottom.
I don't consider getting wrecked though. It's like but the highest I bought was at 40 cents.
You didn't go buying at the top. You bought your first bag at the top, like.
No, I didn't. No, I started buying. No, I started buying at 7 cents.
Oh no, you were sacrificed. I'm sorry, you were at 11 cents. You were at 11 cents.
7.
I'm sorry,
seven
cents. Yeah.
7.
Oh yeah, because we were a 7 at the end. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. But I don't consider it being wrecked though because I stake. So I've been
you
making
locked
coins. Yeah, I've been making coins every single day, even though the price is going down. But no, most people don't look at it like that though. Obviously, I do though. It's not getting wrecked. It's just you buying higher, and I kept buying and kept buying and kept buying, and now I've still been buying this entire bottom, except for the last 3 weeks, almost 4 weeks.
And like, here's what you do: you create a wallet using MetaMask or whatever. Write down the 12 words, and then do all the stuff on the wallet. And then just, it costs a couple dollars in gas and stuff. Like, I know it's annoying and stuff, guys. But just like, you could even just hand them the 12 words in like an envelope and then just like load it into their wallet, into their phone for them. Be like, never lose this piece of paper or whatever. And you can keep your copy so they don't lose theirs. Be like, here's some money for you. Like, this is going to grow in a year and it'll probably change you like a little bit, like you could do something really cool. Hey, the holidays are around the corner. That would be cool to do for people. And, I always like doing funny things, like being like, I've always believed in those like things of people who find financial freedom, and be like, here, I'd like to give you that. And then like, or get you that first step to financial freedom, and then be like, here, this is some free crypto for you, like whatever.
I'd want to do that. The problem is, how do you gift wrap crypto?
I'm sorry?
How do you gift wrap crypto?
Just have them download MetaMask and or like preload the wallet.
Yeah, you're missing the joke, Mike.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. Just like I think it's just like we need to show other people the benefits of financial like the possibility of financial freedom. And it like, dude, we're all minting a lot of Icosa for free. And instead of dumping all your shit like all you weak-handed pussies are, I know you guys are all dumpers. Like, go give some, just go help somebody out. It's the holidays, dude. Go be like, yo, here's 50 Icosa. I staked it for you. Just wait a year. You're going to see something really special. You're welcome.
Yeah, cocky. You can buy one of those bundle. Cocky, you can buy one of the bundle sets. The bundle sets of either ledgers or treasures. Gift wrap them, and then have a piece of paper with the seed, and then show them how they can transfer those coins to a new seed phrase inside the wallet, so just to be more secure.
That's
Just
a
to play
great
off your
idea.
joke. Just to play off your joke.
Yeah.
I am telling you right now, like, this is the holidays. This is one of the worst times in, like, dude, this reminds me of 2008, man. Like, I don't have really much work right now. I have enough to get by. Luckily, I've made a lot of sacrifices, so I don't have a lot of bills. But like, it's rough, man. All my workers, man, they're broke. I gave them a 100 extra Icosa. And I staked it for him. And even my one guy, he was like, how is it doing? And I'm like, it's actually doing good. And he's like, do you think I should buy some more? And I was like, as you earn money, yeah, but like, it's rough right now. But like, toss a little love around, dude. We need more hexagons. We need more people that, like, so many people got wrecked through FTX, man. We have a fucking duty to the guy that's changing the world, and we got to lead him somehow. I don't have insane amounts of money, but I do have some Icosa that I know is going to yield really quick. And boy, it'd be nice to get a couple people enticed in a couple months with some free coins that I got.
Yep, that's the plan. I plan to do my part.
I've already done
But
it.
when-
I really, really, really recommend everybody go do it as much as you can. Find somebody that's like a cool person that you think has the possibility that of needing it. Give it to somebody who has money. They'll be a buyer. Give it to anyone possible. 50 Icosa, 40 Icosa, and just tell them, watch the magic, because 40 Icosa at $2, that's $80. If they earn 100%, 200% yield, that's like $300-400. And you could even leave it be like, just to let you know, you can sell this at any time, but the longer you wait, there's a really good chance it could be worth a lot of money. You don't have to tell them about compounding. If they don't want to learn about it, they just want to let it sit, just give it to them and be like, you're welcome. I'm glad that I helped you out. And we're not selling down the price now, so that there's more Hedron being burnt. And they're going to be locked up for at least 90 days, so they can't sell. And a 50 Icosa stake for 90 days, dude, there's not even going to be that much sell pressure. But try to get a couple people hooked here. Like, Richard, I think, is giving that, like, he gave that, like, secret hand, like, sign almost, like, where he was like, if you know anybody who doesn't own any Hex, man, I think Hex is really awesome, and I think it's like it has it could outperform everything else from here. And like, I remember him saying that, and I was like, when you listen to PulseCon and stuff, and you hear him say, like, yo, like, there's a chance at some point where Hex just does Hex things, like, through Icosa, you get them hooked on Hex. And then if they start asking questions, if anybody, like, dude, like, I know some people are like, oh, I don't want people to find out about Richard. Like, Richard is the guy, but like, maybe I guess maybe you just get him on Hex. You have to get him on Hex. Like, staking Hex and Icosa. Oh, sorry. Go. No, you go.
No, right now when you were saying Richard Hart gave the secret handshake, I'm like tired, dude. I'm like falling asleep. But I thought you were gonna say Illuminati. I was like, what the hell? So my mind started playing tricks on me. I'm like, no, dude, I think it's time for me to crash. But dude, I don't know where the hell you get all this energy. Weren't you on earlier, like in the middle of the day?
Drugs. It's Adderall.
No, I'm no. Okay, the other day it was, but like recently the last like 4 days I've been good, but like I figured it out, and I know that this is the play. If we want to get some people, like, go give them a little Icosa and then lead them to the greatness that is Hex, because faster gratification But like, dude, the price of hex will get gnarly at some point. Having some hex is going to be imperative. You start talking $100 hex, bro. Like having like, you know, buying a couple $100 of hex like liquid, like not a bad idea.
No, I think Hex is going to do very, very well in this bull market. I know people have a hard time believing that it can even do $1, but I think it can do way more than that.
Yep. Just wait for all the other players to exit the pool. Just let us sell our Hedron. Let us do our thing. And we're eventually going to take over the Hex pool, boys. Let's go. The Sharks and Whales, they don't even know. Godwhale doesn't show up to fucking Mike, What's a God Mike's Telegram special every day. He doesn't know. He might have a grasp, but he doesn't know. Just because you staked Hedron doesn't mean you understand the rest of it. All right, I staked some Hedron and I had no idea what the fuck was going on.
It's going to be a great year. I feel it. Anyways, gentlemen, have a great evening, and I'll check in with you guys later.
Dude, Cocky, always a pleasure.
Same.
Rich, how can you not be bullish, right? Like, I'm like, I'm sorry, I make so much fucking sense. Dude, you know what you could do? You could make an envelope for them kind of thing and just make copies of all the private keys and then just give them a little instruction manual on how to cash out if they want to. All you have to do is type it once or whatever and then hand it to them. And then if they never if you're trustworthy with the private keys, you could keep them, but or you could just give them the entire thing and just be like, this is for you. Hold this and treasure this. I promise you, you'll look back and be very happy that you got this. Be very cocky and just hand it to them in an envelope. You could even put in the envelope and just put a little letter and be like, tell them the story of Richard Hart. Be like, there was a man who created something that was so special, and then tell them the story, and if they don't open it or they open it later. Oh, dude, I don't know. I'm a loser. I'm sorry, I'm too hyped up now. Dude, the story's so good though. The rise of Richard Hart. I'm telling you, we're gonna look back and he's gonna be treated like Elon Musk. He's going to be hated by the media, but he is going to have a following of millions of people. Millions of people. He's the one guy who's actually got some pretty decent ideas on how to make the world a little bit less sucky. He's the guy who's like, yo, our money system kind of sucks. He's like, I'm just going to go make a better one. I'll do it myself. Is anybody actually going to do that and like toss some Icosa to some people out there? Anybody?
Dude, I can't even get anybody I know to even attempt to learn about crypto.
I'm going to do that this year. I'm just going to go around and handing out some fucking wallets, like 40 Icosa or something like that, and then just stake it, and then just like, you know, maybe put a note on it, be like, Merry Christmas, Richard Hart. Or Merry Christmas from the Hex community. Or something. Like, or, you know, should I put some Hex in there? Should I just sell the Icosa and buy some Hex or something? Like, or do I just give them Icosa? Like, they're both so fucking good. It's so hard. You know, sometimes guys, just let you know, I'm a little cocky. I'm not sure if you've noticed. But like sometimes like people will ask me and they'll be like, oh, or like oh, be like, yeah, I do crypto. I'm a fucking god. I'll be like, yeah, I'm a crypto god, and just be like, you know, and I just be like, hey, I'm a crypto god. I'm going to give you some free cryptocurrency that's going to change your life forever. And it just says Merry Christmas from the Hex community. You know, from or Merry Christmas from Hex.com, and then just throw like some Hex or Icosa in there, and then just give them a little instruction manual. Like that's kind of cool, dude. I don't know. I'm a fucking loser. Like you're just creating sell pressure, but you're also creating holders. Richard talks about this. He really does. Like where it's like, dude, like he gave free coins to Bitcoin holders. Like it's fine. And just put like in the envelope, like do not open for 1 year. You know, or like put on there, be like 500 hex. Do not open for 6 months or a year, you know, whatever. And then say Merry Christmas from the Hex community. Like, oh man, I'm gonna do that. I'm such a fucking loser, bro. And just hand them out everywhere. I always like to lead people, be like, okay, what I'm about to give you is very, very special. All right, if you lose this, you will regret it. This is something very special. And just hand them an envelope with it. Oh God, I'm going to go do that. How much is 500 hex right now? What is 1,000? 1,000 is like what, like 20, 30 bucks? Yeah, I think it is. I think it's like 30. It's like $30 right now. Yeah, so give out 1,000 hex to a whole bunch of people. Oh, dude. Oh. Mango, am I talking insane?
No.
Wait, what?
No, you're not.
Share your thought again, Mike. I missed it, man. I just jumped in.
Dude, just like, obviously at this point, like, we can pretty much establish that, like, hex isn't going to rug pull. And it's the holiday season. I don't really get into the holidays, dude. I have some, like, repressed family memories that I'm still fighting, so I don't really care about Christmas. But, like, I like making people happy. I think that all of us who made some gains in Icosa, like, if you have some, like, a stake coming out, like, give them some Icosa or give them some hex. Give them a little, like, Merry Christmas from the hex community. And, like, just give, just so a couple people that it doesn't have to be staked. You don't have to do anything complicated, but, like, people will remember that. Do you know what I'm saying? And it's just like just tell them to treasure it. Just be like, don't open this for like a year. And then just give them a little, like, the private keys, and then a little instruction manual on how to, like, claim your coins and sell them. And then just, like, make a nice little envelope or something. Like, I don't know.
Gotcha, man.
Just put like 1,000 hex in there. I think 1,000 hex is like $20-$30. I think I'd have to double check the math. Toss them, give them 1,000 hex. If we go to 50 cents, dude, that's $500. To a lot of people, that's a lot of money.
True that.
$1's in the game, bro. Like, you give somebody 1,000 hex, dude, you're creating a hexagon right there. They're going to be talking about that with their family for a long time. And you can just keep all the keys. Like, I'm not saying you have to rug pull them, but, like, if anybody comes to you and is like, I lost them, then you still have the keys. Maybe keep track, be like, oh, I gave this person this one or whatever. Or just hand out a whole bunch of them. If they lose their keys, they're fucking stupid. The price of hex is going to be fucking so high, none of us are going to care about the 1,000 coins today. Times are rough out there right now, man. Like, I don't have a shit ton of work. Like, like, I'm still doing good on my crypto and stuff. Just, just give out a little bit of hex. It's not staked, so it's just like, it's a couple thousand hex. Like, it doesn't even do much to the price. I saw so many whales cashing out millions of dollars and the price wouldn't even move. I was thinking Icosa is, like, better, but, like, I think the impact of hex is more important. That branding, like, Richard's right. Lead them to Icosa once they start asking. But, like, first they have to, like, it's all about the hex community. And then you only have to do one gas fee. You just have to send a whole bunch of hex to different addresses, and then just, like, once you get the setup paper and shit, like, you're good. 2 pieces of paper, 3 pieces of paper and just print off the private keys and then just hand it to them. Hand it into an envelope and just say, don't open and, or just put 1,000 hex on the top. And just tell them one day you're going to be able to sell this for a lot of money. And just say, you're welcome. Treasure this. All confident. I'm about to fucking like go online and like go make some nice little postcards and stuff, or like some like envelopes. Like I got like plenty of Icosa to play with. Like this just pumps my bags anyway. I lose out on some hyperinflation though. That's the thing that sucks. I honestly, I just think I might sell some Hedron. Don't sell your Icosa. Did you guys, new guys in here? If you came in here, do not sell your Icosa. You will look back and probably regret it.
A warehouse is filled with complete fucking idiots.
Your warehouse.
Yeah. And it's like it's like whenever there's something fucked up, it's like I'm the one they always come to, and it's like this other guy. How our warehouse set up, like it's like it's called like decking. It's like the platforms inside the racking that pallets sit on top of. And when they built this warehouse, they went the cheapest fucking route. So they have these two single, it looks like extruded aluminum, like two single slots that go in between the rack, and then the pallet sits on top of these two single racks, or like slots, whatever you want to call them. But typically, the type of decking that goes on racks and warehouses, it's a fully graded deck, to where nothing can fall in between the pallets and stuff like that. But like, they built this fucking warehouse so cheaply and in such a rush that they went with like the cheapest option. So now we're dealing with all the fucking problems like over 2 years later of retards who can't operate machines and place pallets on racking evenly. And now we're having pallets like falling down into each other like fucking 40 feet up in the air. And it's like, oh, where's Mango? Oh, he's doing something else. Oh, well, can he fix this? Because I'm not scared of height, and most people that can go up on machines they're fucking fags and they can't deal with heights. They get all dizzy and shit.
I hate working with other people, dude. Oh, dude, I'm totally going to do that. I'm such a fucking nerd. I got to make a bigger statement. Like last bull market, I wasn't as loud and obnoxious as I should have been. I should have been way in there. I should have been like, here's your free fucking crypto. Go buy the top. Oh, dude, this is going to be awesome for Christmas. I'm just going to walk around handing out some envelopes to people. And just tell it to them. Be like, if you lose this, you will have huge regrets. You will have huge regrets.
People like from where I'm, if you talk to people like that, they'll just look at you and just call you a fucking retard.
Then fine. Then they don't get it. Be like, okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like we got it. Like, because as soon as people like are hurting and like things are rough and everything, and then Hex goes up and they hear about it, be like, the Hex scam's going up, and they go, wait, I got some of that stuff, and they go and it's like, dude, 1,000 Hex isn't that much right now. $25. You could do less, right? You could do like 500 Hex. Just do a whole bunch of transactions and do a ton of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then just hand them out like candy. And then all of a sudden you start making like, you start like, when people start making money, they like, it's just like Richard's argument where like Hex shares are like Bitcoin miners. And when other people see other people earning yield, they want to hop in because they want to earn that yield from mining Bitcoin. Yeah, dude, 500 Hex. I'm going to go around giving out 500 Hex to people and a whole bunch of wallets. And I'm going to make a nice little like post or envelope and then say 500 Hex, or say Merry Christmas from the Hex, from hex.com, and be like, do not open till at least next year. But make sure you tell them, be like, you understand how special this is.
I'll be back. I'm gonna go check out Par Excellent Doza. He's streaming. I'm gonna go check out his stream.
All right. Good talk, Mango.
Yeah, I'll be back. Oh, never mind. It was just a short stream. It was only 20 minutes long. It's already over. Missed it.
Yeah, dude, 500 Hex. That's what, like $10? Oh, dude, I got a good couple thousand coming. I could go and make a whole bunch of little wallets real quick. Wait till gas fees are low, and then all you have to do is a single send. And sends right now are like less than $1. I think I did one the other day for like 60 cents. Oh, dude, I'm going to have fun with this. I'm just going to go around cocky as fuck, see my neighbors, and be like, hey, Merry Christmas. Here. I did so well. Here, Merry Christmas. Oh my God, the haters I'm going to create. Oh, I'm so excited.
Do you not get along with your neighbors or something?
Yeah, most of my neighbors think I'm just like a crazy lunatic. Like, they're cool, but like, whatever.
I wonder why.
I resent that statement.
Pacing around you have your shades open, pacing around at 4 o'clock in the morning, hitting a vape, talking to yourself, even though you're talking to us.
So fucking true, bruh.
It's nuts how like understaffed we are. Like I mainly deal with inventory, and the stuff I'm doing now isn't even my job, right? Because the whole COVID thing, I stopped traveling around warehouse to warehouse when COVID happened, and right now I'm pulling custom items that we've had in stock for like 3 years, and some of the companies that we're holding this product for has been like out of business for like 2 years.
Jeez. Oh, I honestly couldn't work with other people anymore or do any of this stuff. I'm so glad I do what I do.
Yeah, but a lot of stuff I do, it's like I'm third shift, right? So like, there's not a lot of people to begin with. So it's not like we're working as a team to do stuff. When I'm on the road, it is, but